the truth. As you guys know, that there's nothing that's more important to me than the truth, and the work that we do here is, you know, about like really finding out what the deepest truth is. And to get to the deepest truth, I think we must be really honest with ourselves. We must not have double standards. But I was on TikTok a couple of days ago. I came across a video from a lady that seemed to not have like double standards. But we don't agree on some things. So I'll put it this way. I would say we think the same way, but we don't think the same things. So I was like, you know what? It would be interesting to actually debate with her. So that's the reason we have a new guest today. Her name is Swangile. Swangile means that we are thankful. I'm right, right? Because I'm not really sure. It
Yeah.
means that we think. Yeah, exactly. It means so we're great. Well, we're grateful to have you. Yeah, I thought it would really be interesting to have you because I really like how you think. But I've realized that there are some like we our conclusions ain't the same. So we think the same, but then our conclusions are not the same.
The
So I was
feelings
like,
were
no, it'll be interesting to have someone like. Um, so yeah, what I like to do most of the time is just think about the nature of reality, try to understand why we exist, where we come from. So you know, I whenever I find a person who like talks about God as if like they are really sure that he exists, I always feel like having a conversation with them to really understand why they are so sure that he exists and why they are so sure that um the God that they believe in is actually the right God. Because we live in a world that we don't really understand, and the truth wasn't like given to us like that. So when some people are convinced that they found the truth, I'm really interested in like hearing why they think that they found the truth. So can you take us through your journey, how you became a Christian, and why you are so certain that you are right, like you found the right religion, you found the truth.
Okay, firstly, I was born Christian, so I was born in a Roman Catholic church, raised basically with that environment, born in a Christian home. So as time went on, you do it because you have to, and then
Mm,
eventually, I think around about varsity, I started drifting away, asking questions, exploring different religions. I mean, I even have a Hindu tattoo. That's how much, yeah. It means
yeah.
ultimate reality, but it also has a personal message, meaning for it. So I don't regret it. But I started exploring different religions, and for me, what I realize is that with religions, they all teach more or less the same thing, which
Mm,
is love. It's just that I feel like those cultures are suited, I mean, the religions are suited for particular cultures, you get, like it's suited
mm,
for the people within that particular environment because of the things that are happening and the way that they live their life.
mm,
So I feel like the religion is more or less, at some point, yeah, I went through some things, got angry at God, and unfortunately, I looked way too deep into the Old
mm,
Testament. I had the same things as you, that, maybe he's the wrong God. He's actually evil. For like, what kind of God justifies slavery and all these things? Okay.
mm,
So, and then I went through certain things, and I guess I had a testimony in a way.
mm,
And yes. that process of actually analyzing things in a, not necessarily alone anymore, but with professional people around me, no longer just people like, you know how preachers are like that, they preach the word and they expect you to just take it like that, and you're not allowed to question it, because
mm,
when you question it, you doubting. It's like a spirit of doubt. So I
mm,
grew up with that, and I was tackling that now. So
mm,
yeah, I guess I'm now at a conclusion of, I'm back to believing in God, like properly this time.
mm.
Yeah.
No, that's interesting.
But
I
in
like.
primary,
Oh, you
sorry,
can.
just to add, in primary, yes, I was quite a devoted child. Like I used to have gospel time at home, like bring the family together and do gospel time. But I
Mm,
guess life happened, you change and then drift away. You know, it's been that on and off thing. It's
mm,
now where I really feel like I'm actually walking with Jesus Christ in God's will to fulfill God's will.
mm. No, I really like the fact that unlike most Christians, you actually did try to study other religions, because most people who are Christian because they were born in a Christian family and they lived with people who believed in Christianity, so they became Christians because of that. Same with Muslims and people who practice other religions. So you're different because you try to study other religion, and you still reach the
Yeah,
conclusion that no, actually, the right religion for you is Christianity. Um, my
yeah.
problem with Christianity, and because I grew up going to church as well, like I grew up going to church. I stopped going to church in
Sorry,
2020.
there was someone who said, sorry, I just wanted to answer someone who said, why do you believe when you can seek or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Like, why believe instead of seek? Yes,
Mm,
I just quickly wanted to like address that.
uh,
um it's like he's speaking about, when you believe, you can't just believe, you have to actually seek in order to start believing. You can't, I don't like being a believer without actually seeking, like, what are you believing in? Are you sure? Do you even understand? Because, like, for example, I just need to explain something real quick.
mm,
In the Bible, it said God created the heavens plural, and earth. There's no hell mentioned. Heavens and earth. Heavens is different levels of conscious level. So you may be at a conscious level where you're just a believer, but you don't know really what you're believing or what is the purpose of what you're believing. But you force your belief system to other people because repent, repent, the devil,
mm,
evil, darkness, and you're doing it out of fear. You're not doing it out of love.
mm,
So there's different level. It's not just believe, like the person who said just believe, and why believe and you should seek. You need to do them both. It also depends on your level of conscious and your biases. Your cognitive biases also changes your perception of the world and how you perceive the word when you read it.
mm. No, I like
So I
that. I
just,
like that.
okay, yeah. So yeah, sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, I was saying that my problem with like choosing a religion and actually believing in it is that that comes with lots of responsibilities. So if you do not know, right, if you do not know that the religion that you believe in is the right religion, and you find yourself having to follow the rules of that religion, and sometimes even neglecting your own way of thinking, like your rationality. You say to yourself that, hey, I don't have to lean on my own understanding. I need to believe in what the Bible is saying. I think that actually, because like for you, for an example, I feel like you're a very intelligent person, but sometimes when it comes to the things of God, you say, you know what, I don't want to think deeply. I don't want to lean on my own understanding. So I'm just going to believe what the Bible is saying. And I feel like sometimes that limits us as people. Let me give you a simple example. Like there's this video that I came across of yours where you were talking about veganism. Um, and you said that um, God put animals for us to eat, right? So you on that video you weren't looking at whether it was right or wrong. You were just looking at like whether God himself wanted things to be that way. So you weren't leaning on your own understanding. You were like following what was written in the Bible. So I think that's the problem with religion. You know, we end up not leaning on our own understanding. And remember, your intelligence is nature. Like, even like if God exists, he gave you intelligence, so it would be good to be, to use your intelligence all the time without like having to lean on the Bible or whatever like religious teachings you follow. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's my problem, because I see a lot of Christians who are very intelligent, but who, when it comes to the things of God, they, when you ask them the deepest questions, they just tell you that no, this is what the Bible says. Like, I,
Mm-hmm.
it's not about what, like, even if what you're saying makes sense, they will say, oh, this is what the Bible says. The Bible
Mm.
said this about slavery. The Bible said this about people who don't believe in God. So that's the thing. I kind of feel like it can hold us back, like we don't end up becoming more of who we are, because we give our power away to
The
religion.
originality thing you're talking about. Can
Yeah,
I can I add on to answer your what you were
yeah, yes,
saying?
you can.
Firstly, the whole, I remember I said I'm Christian, but that doesn't
Mm,
necessarily mean I follow the religion. So, for example, certain practices I don't do. The vegan thing, that was more like a comedy kind of thing because I love meat. But
mm,
I do actually like, because you said that's an example of me not leaning on my own understanding. Like,
mm,
um, I do, for example, in one of my other videos, especially about women and men, I do emphasize the importance of actually analyzing the situation and
mm,
understanding the opposite gender basically. But
mm,
um, leaning, like, for example, God is the kind of person where He has given you a brain and you
mm,
cannot completely depend on him. He needs to be the kind of person who he handles what you basically can't control, and you
mm,
handle what you can control. But you have a brain for a reason. You have the ability to reason for a reason. It literally says in the Bible, you do not need people to tell you what to do. Learn, listen to the instructions, listen to the teachings, and actually teach and educate yourself. Be wise, continue learning. It actually regards people who do not lean on their understanding as weak people. That's the
mm,
description from the Lord. Like, he's very harsh, yes, but the Lord, for example, there's different parts to this whole thing. There's
mm,
God, there's Son, there's the Lord, there's Jesus, there's Christ. And with the Lord is the Lord of judgment, really, of punishment. And
mm,
he's the one that actually, like, also mentions these things that I'm saying. Like, it's how do I put it? You can't just rely on another person when you have your own brain, because it makes you numb to seeing what certain things that you're supposed to do. Like, you're following wrong things. Like, it's almost as if you're blind, basically.
mm,
Like, God gave you the brain for a reason. He never said don't use it. He never said like completely lean on me. It depends on what level of consciousness you read that message. But the more you analyze it, the more you read the messages, the more you can see. Even in Proverbs, he always emphasizes wisdom, learn. Like, there's people who are educated, but there's people who don't have wisdom. Like, there's a difference
mm,
between truth and wisdom. There's a difference between insight, knowledge, and knowing things. Like, there's an entire chapter about it, and other books. So I
mm,
just
mm,
wanted to kind of clarify that. And I don't neglect my originality. In fact, I
mm,
believe God. There's even a parables of the talents that
mm,
but let me not make, because now that's gonna drift to another topic. But in lane to what you were saying, um, originality. He he also says that make sure that you stay true in who you are, because there's certain people who have gifts of, let's say, the tongue or whatever your gift is. Use that, use your originality, and like grow yourself. Don't just now become this selfless person with no, you're a robot. Like, what are you? Like, have
Mm-hmm.
an impact from your own understanding.
All right. No, I like that. I like your response. Oh, here's the thing. When we start to rely more on our own understanding, I think the Bible stopped making sense. Because remember, the Bible requires, like Christianity itself requires faith, right? So when we lean our own understanding and realize that, well, the Bible was actually written by human beings like me and you,
But wait,
and
sorry, Christianity, sorry, can I just say Christianity doesn't
yeah,
always require faith? Because I came to this understanding when I had no faith, when I was completely against. Like the Bible I had back then, it's so horrible. You could see I disrespected it. Like I just didn't
mhm,
care. My thing was information. There's books, there's highlighters, there's notes. That Bible, you would think, oh my goodness. So I actually, when I looked at it, when I got to the truth, I didn't have the faith. So I just wanted to
mhm.
clarify that. Sorry, continue.
All right. So okay, to you, it's not just about like faith. It's about like figuring out what the truth is and having faith after figuring out what the truth is. No, I get you.
Yes, yes, that's where
That
my
makes
faith
sense. But
came.
if
Yes.
if we're gonna like focus more on that, let's say, let me ask you, what made sense, like when you read the Bible and tried to figure out what the truth might be, like what really convinced you? Because there are a lot of
What
people
you
who read
see
the Bible.
now,
Mm-mm,
you're asking me to narrow it to one specific thing. There's many different parts to this book. So I was
mm-mm,
analyzing. It started with the Good Testament, and then that's
mm-mm,
when the Old Testament started making sense, and then back to New, and it was like, back and forth. But I'm more shifted in the New Testament, but I do get the Old. So
mm-mm,
like there isn't a specific part. Like the things that I've mentioned right now, I'm actually busy sparking things that also made me convinced that this is the way it is. Like as we
mm-mm,
talk, I'm busy letting them go, but like there isn't one specific thing where I was like, this is the answer, this is the one that proves that. Because I'm also talking about past experience, I'm talking about what I read in the Bible, I'm talking about courses that I read psychologically in terms of the people that I meet, and that the Bible actually describes these kind of people that psychologists talk about. Like if
mm-mm,
the puzzles were making sense every time I go for resources in the world and I come back to the Bible. It's like it's almost as if, I don't know if I was walking with the Holy Spirit or what, but like the Bible forms a conclusion from what I had just learned so
mm-mm,
quickly. Like it's like, oh, that's why that thing was, and oh, and that, and so many puzzles make sense. So it's, for me it becomes like, it's like this quest of knowledge. The Bible's like full of apples of knowledge. Like it's so much insight. Like I did not think of this like this. Like I did not see it like this. I thought,
mm-mm,
it's just, it becomes overwhelming sometimes. Sometimes I need to like take a break from it.
mm.
So
So,
yeah.
'cause here's the thing. The Bible was written by people and people who live in this world. So of course it's gonna make sense, right? That's the thing. So even if like a book, it's a person, any
Can we
person wrote
also
a
talk
book.
about that? Sorry.
No, you
Continue. Continue. No, continue. I'll
yeah.
add
All right, all
after
right,
you say everything.
all right. So the Bible was written by human beings like me and you. So of
Mm,
course it's gonna make sense to humans, right? Like it's gonna make sense to humans. It was written for humans. So that is why
mhm.
it makes sense. What we should try to figure out is how do we really know that it is actually like it was inspired by God? Because the Bible making sense alone doesn't automatically mean that it was inspired by God, right? There are so many books that were written by people who don't claim to have been hearing from God, but these books do make sense, and some of these books have predicted the future. So that alone cannot mean that these books were inspired by God. And another thing that we must realize is that there have been so many books that were written during the time that the books that were included in the Bible were written. And some of these books weren't included in the Bible, and they actually contradict some of the things that were said in the Bible. So it's most likely that there are people during that time who wanted power, right? Who wanted to control other people, who decided to write about what was popular. If you realize that, oh, many people believe in God, you start writing about God. And for it to work, you must also like focus on the narrative that people believe. For
Sorry,
example, if I want,
you're just cutting a little bit. Can you repeat the last part?
okay,
What
I
you
was
just
saying
said
that,
now, you're cutting a
all right, yeah, what I was saying was that if I, I was to write a book about Christianity and I wanted it to sell, I would include some of the things that Christians believe, right? So that it will make sense to them. So I believe that that's how the Bible was actually written. It was written by people who were targeting people who were believers because they were trying to be, to sell these books to
Can
this
I
kind of, to become
can
powerful.
I explain that
Yes,
this
you
is
can.
where God's mastermind plan comes in, because remember I spoke about cognitive biases. Now these,
Mhm,
remember, whenever you read a book, any book, and this, I treated the Bible the exact same way because I treat books like that. When I read a
mhm,
self-help book or any kind of book, when it's textbooks, I'm more trusting with it. But if it's a self-help book, I'm not as trusting, so I'm going to go through the author, the organization behind it, and the kind of person, because there's cognitive biases that you're going to put the truth in a way where it's twisted according to what you've been through. So it takes a healed person to see through what the things that have been, that is tainted on top of the truth. So the in the Bible, the fact that there is different types of people, and the funny part is that when you open the Bible, there's certain times where a certain scripture speaks to you, because maybe that person had a cognitive bias that's similar to yours and you relate to it, but the truth
mhm,
is still in it, whether it's tainted or not, whether it's almost as if it was strategically done, because the way the Bible came, it came with white men. Sorry, I had to say, but like they kind of forced it into slavery and so forth. Just the technique of how it came, the fact that God allowed these people to create their religion, but still made sure His truth is inside it, so that anyone who
mhm,
has healed will see the truth for what it is. That is why there's certain people who can understand the Bible completely. They don't need anyone to interpret it. Then there's those where they just don't understand it and they hate it. It depends on your level of consciousness, but it's still designed to help you whatsoever.
mhm, mhm. Now I'm not
So
denying that is very true,
no, I'm
and it was
explaining the because you were saying it as if he's it's manipulative. Like yes,
mm,
but listen to the how the manipulation goes. Like, because remember the purpose of us starting this debate was, is he the right God to go for? So I'm trying to
mm,
direct that. You were saying it's this manipulation. It's just manipulation, but think of the manipulation behind it. What is the
mm,
cause? Where is it going? What is the end result? Even if it is,
mm,
even if you, I don't think of it that way, but yes, I hear why you would say it's that way. Yes, it could be,
mm,
but it's still good. The result is still good.
mm. Yeah. Here's the thing though. What I was putting more emphasis on is that even if um let's look at it this way, right? Let's say God didn't inspire the Bible, right? Let's say God didn't inspire the Bible. There are just different authors who decided to write their own Bibles and then their own books, and then these books were included in the Bible. The same thing that is happening now will be what is happening. Like nothing will
Sorry,
change.
repeat.
Okay.
Repeat. Sorry.
If different authors decided to write the Bible and they were not inspired by God, but they were saying that they were inspired by God, the same thing that is happening now will will be exactly what will happen. Is it like?
But you see the concept of the Bible, that's why it's even written in parables. There's certain teachers or teachings of Jesus are written in parables. But if when you've
Mm,
healed and your conscious level is a little bit shifted up, it's no longer
mm,
in parables. It's almost as if it's directly said the way it is. Like, I understand why he said it. It's actually the
no,
best way to put it. But like the it's even like put that way for us to like completely understand. Sorry, I'm just losing my, what was the question again?
if the Bible was not inspired by God at all, the same things that are happening now will be what will happen, even if
Yes,
the
the
Bible was not
concepts.
inspired
That's
by
what I was talking about. That they even the concepts of the Bible is what's important, because they even written in parables. As much as it's a little tinted for us, the concept is still important because the message, the underlying message, it still stays the same. For example, slavery and mastery is still continuing. Corruption is actually in the Bible somewhere close to the end. I think it's Revelations or something. Corruption on the title is called Corruption on Earth, and it's more or
Mm,
less the same. It's just the storyline is not the same, but it's the way it describes people. It's the same kind of people we have right now, the same kind of leaders we have, the same kind of
mm,
followers we have, the same kind of economy. It's still the same. The concepts are the same. Yes, the story may not be the same, but that
mm,
is why it was even written in parables, where it's not, it may not relate, but the message, the underlying message is the same.
mm.
It still relates to you, or else this book wouldn't have been of value still now.
Yeah. Remember, there are books that have been written like maybe in 1910 that that still speak to us now because they were written by people who were just like us, who were facing the same problems that we're facing now. So that is why the Bible still we're still able to relate to some of the things that were said in the Bibles because the Bible was written by people who were facing the same challenges that we're facing. My
Mm.
challenge here, like inspired by God, because any person could write the Bible, and a person can write a book that will be relevant 500 years later, and the book being relevant wouldn't mean that it was inspired by God. You see the problem? So even I can understand when you say, even if we like in Africa, for example, we got the Bible because of slavery. That would mean that that's how God wanted things to happen. But also, you can also say the people who wanted us to believe in the Bible, that's what they wanted. That was their plan. So it still doesn't really mean that it was God who actually made the whole thing happen. So that's the challenge: is how do we know for sure that the Bible was inspired by God? And that's where faith come in. Like that's why I think Christians talk a lot about faith. That you must have faith because there seem to be no way to actually like know that the Bible was written by God, even if it makes sense. I can understand when you say it makes sense, but it should make sense because it was written by people and it's supposed to make sense for people to actually like read it and publish it. It's supposed to make sense. So that's the
Mm.
thing. How do we know that it was inspired by God? Or what are we seeing today that actually shows that the Bible itself was inspired by God? That like really makes the Bible special.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see
Um,
miracles happening? All right, yeah, you can.
um, Firstly, whether it was inspired by God, I don't think that question kind of helps us to the truth. But let me explain why I say that. Maybe you'll, because like as much as like you're saying, okay, if it was inspired by God, remember I said like he's an all-knowing God. So he
Mm,
saw, even in the Bible, there's a part where, remember I said the Lord is the one of judgment. It's still one body, one thing, but there's different parts to this body. So
mm,
to this part, whole system. So the Lord of judgment, the one of knowing and all, did have regretful feelings for the evil of the world. He saw the evil in the world. That's what we're only alive because of Noah, really. Noah was like, no, have mercy on us. God was just so fed up. He's like, I might as well just wipe this whole existence. So it shows a trait of, it even shows where God says, I may be flawed, but I'm way stronger than man. I may have made mistakes, but my mistakes are much better than man, much greater than man. So who would you rather then trust? Because as much as you're saying who was the Bible inspired by, he still used the Bible as a tool to get through to his people. And there's also a thing, a story of, apparently, I don't know this as a fact, apparently in heaven there's already a book of life that is bigger than the Bible, and the Bible is just a summary of the book of life. But the book of the Holy Bible is basically earth earth's version of the book of life, but it's just for earth, like human beings here on earth. Remember, we're physical beings that are still going to die here. We're sinful, so it's designed for us. I believe earth is school. This is not home. We are here to learn certain things. Even the Bible says so. Come here, I've sent you here, my child, to learn as much as you can. This may not be your home, but you are here to learn.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So
Do you
that's why I'm
think?
saying the inspiration part. I don't know. Like, do you get what I mean? Where I'm not sure if inspiration is as important compared to the entire plan, because I just explained a plan bigger than inspiration.
No, I don't. When I say inspire, I don't just mean like inspiration. I mean like, did he actually tell these people who wrote the Bible to write the things that they said?
Yes, there's
Like,
visions. He got the visions. Remember, the only people who were allowed to write it was the fact that, and he was smart about it too. The fact that the people with visions were the ones who were supposed to write it, not just anyone.
mm-mm. um, but
Whether it's faulted or what, but I see some truth to it that makes sense.
no, it does. The Bible does make sense, but let's look at it this way. I can lie to people and say I have these visions, right? So I start writing books about the visions that I'm saying I'm having, and then people
Hmm.
start buying these books, and then they say that, well, the reason why I believe that what is written in this book is true is because the author said that he was having visions. So that's the thing. Like, it's hard to prove that the people who wrote the Bible were actually
Yes,
told by the things that they wrote about from God. That's the biggest issue. So what I've realized with Christians is that they don't try to figure out if those people were truly inspired by God. They just allow what's written in the Bible to move them, right? You're like, Ish, this speaks to me. But there are writers that can like really speak to you, especially if they lie. It's actually easy to speak to people when you're lying to them, like mediums, for example. If I claim that I can speak to dead people, and someone just lost a loved one, and I, told them that, hey, this person is saying this and that, that will move them, and they can say that, hey, the way what he was saying was moving me, so that's why I believe it. But then they have no way of like really figuring out if I'm really able to speak to the dead. Like, they don't seek for proof. That's the thing. So the Bible was written to move people. That's why that's
yes,
yeah
it
that's
was.
what the intention.
Yes,
That's
it
the
was.
intention.
That's true. That's true. It was written to move people, but the movement is for good intention, because you can't act as if there's no evil on this world. God saw that there's evil. That's why I explained that the Lord literally said, I regret ever creating these human beings, because the thoughts that they have, the things that they do with each other, to each other. That's why the main law that He gave us, never mind the 10 Commandments, the number one law is love one
Mm,
another as I have loved you. That means treat someone else the way you'd want to be treated. Don't treat them the way you wouldn't want to. If we could do that, we'd live in harmony. So the movement is still peaceful. So
mm.
that being addressed, I wanted to address what you said of the visions being false, like the people who do the Bible, and then what if they just wrote and said, I got a vision, but it wasn't really a vision from God? Here's the
Mm-hmm.
thing: God understood how manipulative and cunning human beings can be. The Bible has been translated how many times now? So many times people have translated it. Mind you, slavery, remember I spoke about the slavery and how the Bible came in? Yes, it came
Mm-hmm.
from the book of heaven. It's a summary of the book of heaven, but how human beings brought it in. Slavery started in 3500 BC, that's before Christ. The Bible started approximately 1450 to 1454. So between those years, that's when the Bible brought God, the fact that God decided to bring his son down to show us something and we didn't listen. He brought the Bible down and we didn't listen. He brought people to translate the Bible down and we refuse to listen. He's got churches now and we still refuse to listen. His message still stays the same. Whether we try and there's so many people who try and change the things in the Bible because no, this is too harsh. Let's put it like this. It's still the same message. The truth stays the same. That's the thing with the truth. The truth, you can put it however you want. You can put it in an ugly way, sugar coated. The truth is the truth.
Mm-hmm. You know why people refuse to like listen? Is because they are not seeing anything like really happening that actually prove that what's written in the Bible is true. It seemed like there's too many excuses that we're making for God, right? Like, or for the Bible itself, like why certain things are not happening. Remember, this what's written in the Bible is extraordinary. There are extraordinary claims. We're being told that there is someone who died for our sins, and uh,
Disasa, please. Sorry.
so so we are told that there is someone who died for our sins, and this person was able to perform miracles, and he's the Son of God, and he is God. And after he left, he gave us the ability to actually perform the same miracles. But we're not seeing anyone who's actually able to perform miracles, right? So that's the problem. There's a disconnect, right? There's no, the more you think deeply, the, the the more it stops making sense. Like it only
Mm.
makes sense when you're just like, you know what, I'm just gonna allow it to move me. They're telling me that someone died for my sins. Wow, that's love, right? But when you start to think deeply about it, it stops making sense. So that's why people are not listening. So what are you seeing today that makes you feel like it is better to live life believing in God? Um, and also, are you able to see some of the things that were written in the Bible actually happening that actually make you like believe more?
Okay, there's a few things that you touched on. I just want to address them all. As you can see, I'm
Mm.
writing them because it's like you asked five questions in one thing.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Mm.
okay. There was a comment that I saw that was very interesting. I'll address that later. It's just I'm also listening to you and quickly reading comments too for people who have questions. Okay, do you hear me?
Your
Because it
screen
looks
went
like,
blank. Your screen went blank.
yeah, I can see that it looks like my, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I'm not sure what to do. Do you see me? Yeah, am I fine now?
No, no, you're not.
Sorry, can I just switch
No, you
off
can
my
keep.
mic? And
All right, all right.
sorry,
Yeah, I can hear you, but I do not see you. But you can keep talking. It's fine.
you heard me.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you. I just don't see you, but
Oh,
it's
my bad. Sure. Okay, I was just talking to someone who's been calling my phone, and that's why my phone is freezing. And I said I'm on a live. Sorry, do you see me now? It's fine. Let's
no.
leave the seeing me. But you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, that's what's more important. So you can.
Okay. Okay then. So you
But
said
I can,
the part.
before you answer, I can ask questions one by one so that I don't confuse you.
No, it's fine because I'm writing them down, and then as I answer, I'm actually really answering everything you're saying. That's what I'm
All
doing.
right,
So the
all right,
stuff I'm saying, it's answers to your questions. So
all right.
you said the part someone where Jesus died for our sins, and that whole thing, being alive, we don't really believe it because, okay, this person died for our sins. Why did he do this? And, okay, like, we don't even understand the purpose of it. That's what you were saying, right?
Now, I'm not saying I don't understand the purpose of it. I'm saying those are extraordinary claims, so that is why people don't believe
Extraordinary.
them. Mm.
Yes. Um, it's now because now that tackles the story behind it, because now you first have to check the message, because remember there's certain, even in Revelations, I
Mm.
literally, in order for you to understand Revelations, you have to like look past the extraordinary. Like I said, the Bible is a summary of the book of heaven. So the things of heaven are things that um sorry. So the book of the Revelations has like things of a beast, horns, golden things. I literally skip through the extraordinary ordinary things and get to the truth, and then I line those ones out because certain things are beyond my understanding. Maybe if I reach a certain level of consciousness, it's because I'm aware of the consciousness level I am at, and certain parts I may, extraordinary parts, I haven't seen the spiritual side to be able to distinguish that. But that first talks about your faith. It's the fact that you don't yeah, it's the faith part that plays in. But I can explain the story behind why, first of all, the kind of why it's good to believe in God. Because remember, you said, why is it better to live a life better than, why I said that, why it's better to live a life believing in God than dying and he's not there. So
Mm.
the let's think back to the mentality, and there was a comment where someone said, it seems like slavery is a sin. That's the comment that I want to touch on. That's also kind of related to this. Why is it better to live with a God like that?
Mm.
Firstly, we think of the world the way the world started. Fine, there's the serpent that deceived evil, and I guess we continued being evil, and it just kept going worse. And as you can see, earth, God did not create hell. We as human beings are the ones creating hell. However, he still has so much patience and mercy with us that his son is a son that is innocent. Okay, when we talk about Jesus Christ, we're talking about a child that has the Holy Spirit, is pure, comes directly from heaven. So what you are essentially doing, because now I'm going to speak about the spiritual realm, I'm not just going intellectual, but you'll see the intellectual part of it too.
Mm.
The body, this body comes down here on earth. Remember, when someone dies, you still leave your spirit behind. So when
Mm.
he comes here showing his holy acts, his wisdom, his teachings in parables in a way that people will actually understand, because his level of consciousness is completely high. Remember, their level of consciousness was completely beneath ours at the moment, but we are still sinning more or less the same way. But he
Mm.
had to communicate in a way where it still would make sense to that generation and the generations to come until Judgment Day. So, like, his son was sent down to do all of those acts, being a holy child, do all of these things, be tortured, be stoned, and so forth. And then his body dies. And what happens to the spirit? Since his body died there, and God hasn't taken the entire spirit with him, his spirit still maneuvers with us. That's why they say walk with Jesus Christ. Because the closer you are to God, the closer you feel and see the Holy Spirit. Like you won't be confused by certain signs or whatever the case may be. Like his spirit is still around earth as much as there's darkness. You just need to come closer to it. The thing is, with the devil, he devours, he kind of forces you to go with him. With God,
No,
his
no, no,
Holy
no, no,
Spirit
no.
is
Okay, can I
maneuvering.
stop you there? Can I stop? You're saying the devil forces you to go with him,
He
but I think,
devours. Have you
but I
have
think
you
it's
seen explore? Have you seen exorcism? Have you seen exorcist visit videos and demons talking and what they say?
okay. Okay, I have. Yeah,
That's what I mean. They do it intentionally because those people go to the preachers seeking help that I don't want this anymore. The Holy Spirit will never make you feel like that. You'll
no,
never
but in
feel
the
like
Bible,
things
it
you're
seems.
getting sleep paralysis in at night. You won't feel such fear.
Okay, wait. In the Bible, it seems like God is the one who's actually like more forceful than the devil. Because he gave people the idea of hell, like, hey, love me, follow me. If you don't follow me, then I'm going to torture you for eternity. So that's force. That's the highest level of manipulation. That's emotional blackmail. It's like you don't have a choice. If you don't follow me,
You
then you're
you
going to be
taking it
tortured for
you're
eternity.
taking it very direct. You know why you don't have a choice? Because let me
Mm,
tell you the reality of life. Let me tell you how cruel this life is. God is trying to tell you how cruel this life is. There's two
mm,
paths to this life. It's the path of
mm,
destruction, the path of love. If you don't follow
mm,
that, he's not saying follow like, okay, yes, he is saying follow me, but when he says follow me, that's why I said in the beginning of this video, this entire video, the first thing I mentioned was God is love. God
mm.
is love. That's what he means. Follow me. But the way to follow me is understanding Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is basically the truth. He's the light. The truth is like the light. So once you start seeing that, in a way, you'll start seeing how love goes too. So it sounds very direct. Like if you don't follow me, you basically going to destruction. In a way, as much as we are, the thing is that the mentality of human beings is that they want to push blame on someone. They want to push it on either God or the devil. So God is saying, okay, fine. These human beings need to fear me to understand what I mean, that this thing is serious. Y'all are drinking, vibing, having masturbating as if it's normal. You guys don't see the repercussions of it on you psychologically. And if you are psychologically affected, you affect people around you, whether you see it in that way or not. Worst part, you don't even have like a psychology PhD to understand the kind of effect you're having. So how would you know the effect you're having in your environment? Like the whole thing is it's he doesn't force you. Like it's kind of give and take. It goes without saying. That's how life is. Like we are changing. School earth was designed to teach us certain things, and the more we learn, the more we just creating evil. We are literally turning earth into hell. That's why in the Bible never doesn't speak about hell. He said, I will send fire down to earth and my people will be there to witness the enemy perish, meaning he's sending fire down to earth. Basically, hell is earth. We are creating earth. It's like a state of mind.
So you don't believe that like the Christian vision of hell actually exists? Because um
Not the stories you've been given. I'm talking about what you hear in the Bible, not the stories, Sunday school stories you hear at school. I'm talking about stuff you hear in the Bible.
so
That's why I
okay,
said I don't follow the religion. I follow the word and the spirit.
so do you believe that like some people when they die they're gonna go into a place that's like worse than this, and then some people are gonna go to heaven?
I feel like no, this is what I don't feel like there's a certain place that you're going. I feel like once you die, your spirit still maneuvers around earth, but your conscious level is more lifted out. Like the veil is more open than when you before you died. And in a way it gives you a better opportunity to heal, or it gives you the opportunity to just be worse and become. That's why I don't trust the whole. I believe in ancestors, but I don't like following the faith because you never know if this ancestor is of a healed version or is it a demon or is it maybe an imposter. You never know because you can't see it. It's spiritual. So when you communicate with the dead, you never know if you're communicating with a spirit that is like conscious wise they've healed, or they just became worse because they realize. Remember, there's a process to this whole journey, to the whole healing does not look nice. What if that spirit is in a healing phase where they are pessimistic, because you become cynical before you heal. There's a stage where you become cynical. So what if that person, that spirit, is in a cynical state, and they trying to push their own vendettas, and they're not really aligned with God's will? In a way, it's like they're aligned. If you're not aligned with God's will, that means you're opposite. If you're opposite love, that means you're in the path of direction. It's basically, which side are you on? Love, hate. That's it. Are
Do
you
you know
on
that
love
there are
side
people
or
who
hate
don't
side?
follow God? Do you know that there are people who don't follow God, but who are full of love? Like they don't believe in God, but they are full of love and they're treating other people very kindly. Um,
Yes,
because
but remember, this is what God said. That what you just said. Because
no,
as
it's
much
what
as,
the Bible says and what's written in the Bible by people. But yes,
yes, sorry, you were saying.
no, you can continue. You can continue.
No, I want you to repeat what you said before you cut me,
Oh,
because now I lost
no,
my train of thought.
you said God said. So I said no. It's actually what's written in the Bible about by people who are saying that God, said those things. It's not necessarily God. It's not like God came to us and then said those things. Because we also have to keep that in mind when we are seeking truth. Because the moment we
Mm-hmm.
just say, well, God is saying this, God is saying that, or God said this, said that, there is something that there's no intellectual honesty, right? Like we kind of
Now, but now you're talking about someone who's on a conscious level that's a little bit, that hasn't really ascended in any shape, way, or form. That you're talking about a different level of consciousness now, because remember I said God in the beginning. I said, in the scripture says God created the heavens, meaning there's different levels of heavens, like consciousness. So
mm, mm,
there's heavens and earth, and we are the ones changing earth into hell. So it depends on that what you're talking about sounds like someone who is on a level of consciousness where healing would probably happen in the next lifetime.
mm, mm. But okay, let's go back to
That
love,
those
right?
are people who are blinded. Those are the people that, those are where the Bible is usually suited, like, let's say in poor, I don't I sorry I had to say this, but more likely poor settlements, where they have more of that victim mindset, like, have mercy on me. And then they just take things blindly. They give just because God said give. And if you don't follow, and then there's those who just have love, but then they don't follow God. That is still not a problem, because God said there are children who are from us, but they are not of us. By of us, we mean like love, kind of thing. As long as if you continue trying, because the thing with the Bible is that it tries to help you ascend. There's those people who still have love, but they don't believe in God. But the thing with God, actually believing in God, is that He helps you ascend to a higher level of consciousness. But now, if you just have love and you don't believe in God, you're kind of going to stay in the same level of earth, like the earthly realm. You still,
Okay.
yes, you will be higher on conscious level, but you're still in the earthly realm. You don't have God to help you. He still loves you. He will still accept you as his child. It's not like he's gonna neglect you. You're still doing right. You're doing good. You're following the path of Jesus. You're still following it, whether you see it or not. But because in the Bible it says, I don't judge by appearance, I judge by the heart. So it doesn't, even if I can wear the rosary and all of that, but in my heart there's no purity. He doesn't care. Whether I went to church every single day for the rest of my life, he doesn't care.
Mm, mm,
It's what lies in your heart.
mm, mm. So do you, when someone reach higher levels of consciousness, like you are mentioning, what are the signs that this person has reached higher levels of consciousness?
you know, when you test it, you get tested. You, the funny part with the Holy Spirit, he'll test you through real life stuff. Like he will, like you'll, the thing with, because the destruction that happens on earth, it's not like God 100% sends it to us. It's usually attacks we find from other people, other spiritual attacks, even other physical attacks, whatever. But God only allows certain things to happen based on what you are capable of handling. And if you are incapable of handling, that's where people eventually commit suicide. On the other side, eventually they're going to have to reincarnate and learn the lessons again. So you're kind of repeating the whole thing over. But he wouldn't put you in a situation where you wouldn't handle it 100% completely unless it leads to you having a mental distortion and you want to commit suicide. But you're going to end up repeating the same cycle.
No, I still want you to answer like when you have reached higher levels of consciousness, because you said like heaven is like,
Oh, sorry.
how do you know that you have reached this level?
Your real life situations, like for example, especially how you handle conflict, especially every day. Have you noticed spiritual people don't really like being around people? Like, I feel like they are the people who should be around people, but they love their space so much that they don't want to be around people, kind of thing. But you should
Mm,
actually be, you see, being, that's why I said earth is the earth of school. Actually being present in this reality, well, you'll get situations that kind of tests your character and shows you, like earth is like a mirror. If you think about it, it's like yeah, it's a mirror. Basically, it reflects to you the things that you do. It just depends on you. Other people don't see the mirror. They end up becoming cognitively biased, and then they project it and say, no, you are like this, you in, or they take out their anger in rage, or it comes out in their children. They say you take out your anger towards those you love the most. So, like, you will see your level of consciousness, especially because you can be conscious, but what are you doing with the consciousness you're receiving? Because the consciousness I once received drove me close to insanity. Like, I was treated as an outpatient because of the stuff I was reading in the Bible. But I was treated as an outpatient, as a psych ward, basically. But it you can be conscious, but what are you doing? How are you perceiving that level? Because some people can, as much as you say you want the truth, but unfortunately, whether you keep pushing for it, you just may not be ready for it. At that time, I don't
mm,
want to lie, I saw the truth, but I was not ready. Like, now I'm seeing exactly what I see, but from a different light.
mm. Because
So
here's the
you'll
thing.
see
You're right.
from real life interactions.
You're right when you say people who kind of like reach higher levels of consciousness love to isolate themselves, but that might not necessarily relate to Christianity. That might not necessarily relate to God. It might be that we live in a world that we do not understand. And the more we understand, the more we isolate ourselves because we realize how toxic the world is. So what I'm saying here is that you're taking all the positive things and relating it with God somehow, right? Like when you see someone
But I
who's
also
doing,
feel like, sorry, can I explain part of the
yes, you
reason
can.
for that drifting? For example, my reason for drifting too, even, it's not necessarily like the world is bad. Sometimes you just find you better at home. For example, I said Earth is school. So when you that, why do you think, why is it that our house have walls? Why do we have gates? Why do we protect ourselves? Why is there alarm systems? Why do we have police guards? Like, you still gotta try and create your home within the school. So your
Mm,
space becomes almost like your heaven space. Why would you want to leave the space of love into the world? Like, have you seen? There's people who even have dogs, train their dogs to leave so that people like thieves and all of that can leave. There's Christians who spray Holy Spirits to remove darkness. Like, it's all over. Like, if your home is of love, why would you feel the need to leave? You're going to make excuses to want to come back home. The minute you leave, it's like you want to come back home. Like, that's how it feels. It's not like you anti society, or you against society. It's just you want to come home, you want your peace, you want your space. Like it's
All right.
not anything personal towards society.
You don't think the world is toxic? Like it's not necessary. It's not. It might not be bad. You might just wanna like have
It's
your own
not that.
space. No, I think I've heard you saying that it's not because the world is bad, but like do you think the world is good or bad?
To I don't think there's good or bad. This is where the apple came in, but that's another topic. The apple and the serpent. There's no good and bad. Okay, I think with life. There's a spectrum to it. There's a gray space to it. There's a whole lot of darkness. There's some good here there. It just depends on how you're maneuvering and which part of the planet of Earth are you at. I'm in Africa, I'm in South Africa, so I see more darkness. I do see darkness there in other places, but sometimes when you're actually in those places, it doesn't feel as dark as here. So, sometimes even what you hear on social media, you're not actually in the place or living there to fully understand. So, I know my experience, my people, and what I hear, and perceptions, and so forth.
All right. You said that Earth is a school. Don't you think it's possible that it might not really be a school, but some kind of a prison, and we're being manipulated into to looking at it as a school? Especially when you look at the things that are happening, especially when you look at the level of manipulation that we actually have to deal with. Like, for an example, you believe that you found the truth, you're a Christian, but look at people who don't believe in Christianity, people who believe in other religions and who believe that they found the truth. There's so much confusion and so much suffering that it might
Mm-hmm.
actually be possible that we might be in a prison planet, but then we perceive this. Or you tell yourself that it is a school because you can tell yourself that it is a school because we don't really know what it is, so you can interpret it in any way. But don't you feel like it's possible and it's actually logical to perceive it as a prison than a school?
Can I answer you there? Are you done?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You're using what we use in psychology, either or mentality. That is it, black and white kind of thinking, either or. You're asking me to prison and school, and I feel like it's a both thing. I feel like when we come here, we almost come here already mentally enslaved. Okay,
Mm,
and
mm,
why, regardless of what part of the world you are at, you have to fight off some mental enslavery that you, because remember, as you grow up, you are being programmed. So certain programs are not written the way you would have liked it to be. So by the time you're growing up, the brain develops by the age of 25. So by the time 25 is quite quick, I mean, it's by then you just finished school, or you just, starting to look work, you're just getting yourself. How can your brain is already developing and you're just getting yourself up. So
mm,
you being programmed, and you kind of need to get yourself. The thing with Earth is that someone can't help you. You can get help, you can get support, guidance, all of that, but we can't take you out of that prison. You see, look at the way Earth started. It already started with whole slavery and mastery and all of that.
mm.
Physically, we already entrapped, not realizing there's a mental entrapment too, there's a spiritual entrapment too. And unfortunately, when it comes to the mental and spiritual, I can't come and take you out. It's not like in prison where I bail you out or get some money from the bank or something, come bail you out type of thing. This is mental, spiritual. It's ugly. It's ugly. And some people are not willing to do that. However, the benefits of stepping out of that prison, it's like being in a cave.
I'm not able to hear you. I'm not sure what's the problem. Are you still there? I'm not able to hear you, but my issue is this, and this is a very serious issue. Since we don't know what this world is, and that is a fact, right? We can have faith and tell ourselves that it's a school or this world was created by God, but we still don't really know what it is. So what I was really asking was that what if there's this higher being, there's this being that is actually manipulating us and controlling us and actually trapping us? Because you spoke about reincarnation. You said that if you haven't learned your lesson, you will still come back into this realm and then have to, you know, go go through the same things over and over again. So okay, I think she's gone. Are you back? Maybe there's a network problem. But
Hi,
yeah,
are
I'm
you
able to
back?
hear you. Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Well,
So so you know
I
what
was
my
losing
problem
hope
is?
and faith already.
All right, you're able to hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what my
But I
problem?
was still like saying,
Oh yeah, you can go on.
I was talking about the whole prison thing. Like, I feel like mentally and spiritually we're in prison, and unfortunately, it's a journey we have to go through on our own. Like, apparently, in the spiritual realm, hey, being on Earth is the most popular place. Like, anyone who makes it through Earth is considered a very respected spiritual being. Like, Earth is the hardest school to be in, apparently. So, like, I feel like like when you go through the whole thing, and the thing with God is that he's a patient person. I mean, like, I'm patient father. Like, it's this has been going on for like how long now? A person gets a chance to reincarnate him. It's not like Earth where you get punished for making mistakes, you know. Here, if you failed your class on Earth, you come retake the test, you know. If you killed yourself, you go retake the test, get assistance on the other side before you come back here, you know. It's that
No,
kind of thing. But
no, I get
after
you.
you leave the imprisonment, after you here's the thing, after you leave the imprisonment, you don't just leave the imprisonment being free, you leave with so many lessons and the ability to assist others too, but knowing that there's certain things that are not within your control. So it's like a both thing, it's not like either or. That's my point, really.
No, it cannot be both. What in let me rephrase the question. Let's say, because we still don't know what reality is. So let's say there is this evil being that created a prison where he trapped our souls, right? We're not supposed to leave this prison. When we die, we go and meet our loved ones, and
No, he
then you
didn't
find
trap
them.
our souls, by the way. I don't believe he trapped our souls. I believe we actively make the decision to come here spiritually before you come.
No, no, I know what you believe. What
That's my belief.
I'm trying to reason with you because I know what you believe. I'm saying, is it not possible that there might be an evil being that is trapping us, like is making sure that we're trapped in a reincarnation cycle, like we keep on reincarnating back here, believing, because you're saying that Earth is a school, so believing that you are learning some lessons. So you keep on reincarnating, and telling yourself that I'm learning lessons. That is why that is actually
That's the
happening. That's
thing.
why
That's
there
the
is
thing.
suffering.
Some beings don't come here to learn. Some, like the Bible says, there's people who are from us, but they are not of us. They are not love. There are people who are literally here for the good times on earth, man. Like, good is a vibe. Like, earth is a vibe to be at. Like, yes, it's hard, but it's a vibe too. Like, people are getting money very easy, clearly. Like, you get away with things pretty easy, bribe a few people type of thing. Like, it's a vibe to be here to people. So
But do you know that, like, if you've watched the movie The Matrix, do you know that it is possible
that's
to
why there's
create?
karma. That's why there's karma to kind of force you. But that's the thing. There's people who end up dying not receiving their karma, but that reincarnation happens and you're gonna receive it whether you like it or not. But we have karma to keep us in line too.
No, I know what people who believe in reincarnation actually believe, but my problem is that there's too much certainty. Like you don't ever think that it's possible that you may have been trapped by an evil entity that wants to keep you here, and that's constantly lying to you, telling you that you are here to learn some lessons. Because think about it, why do you not remember your past life? Why do you? Because that's important. Like, to learn, you must actually remember what you have learned. So you don't remember what you have learned,
But
but
isn't
you are
there?
here to
Don't
learn.
you think there's a possibility? Don't you think there's a reason for why you don't remember those things?
I'm
Like
saying the
maybe
reason might be
to
that
like because when you come on earth, remember it's like a clean slate. You're basically getting a clean slate, but your lessons from your spiritual lessons still stick in your soul, regardless of. That's where karma comes in. Like it seems as if karma is an outside thing, but it's really something coming in from within that you brought from past experiences. And it's not really about seeing it. Remember, in the spiritual realm, you can't necessarily, it's not about seeing it, but it's about you'll sometimes relive the same experience from the past, but it won't be the same as exactly the same way. But the lesson you're supposed to learn is more or less in the same line. So, where would the purpose of learning of the past lives be? Because that's more traumatizing. Like I've been through the whole past life thing. You'll find out things about yourself them in the war. You would rather not know about those memories. Why did you bring them up? Now you have to go through the therapy of healing from that. God literally you and gave you a clean slate. Like you failed the test, but here's a clean slate. And you still
okay.
want to know what's behind, what's in the past life. What if you were evil? What if you were demon? Are you
Okay,
ready to know about yourself? What if you were vicious?
let's look at it this way. Let's just say every day when you woke up, you never remembered what happened yesterday. Do you really feel like you would learn anything? You wake up every
Sorry?
day, but let's say every day when you woke up, you never remember what happened the previous day. Do you think you would really learn anything, or you actually learn better when you are able to remember what's happened before?
Oh no, that's different. You see, now you're talking about every single day. That the time period of every single day is not the same as every single lifestyle. Remember, lifestyle is till the point where you get kids, you die, your kids grow up, they get married, you see your grandbabies. You know, it's a lifestyle, but within a short a period of a day. You don't learn much other than things like your name and few things that you need on a daily basis. That's what you're really
No,
learning.
let me
That
ask you this question.
your learning
Do
is
you think you would
limited.
learn anything if you kept on forgetting? Because that's the thing. If you keep on forgetting your
But we
lessons,
don't
what?
keep on forgetting. It's like forgetting once in a like it's because are you continuing forgetting? Like you continuing the lifestyle you are. You starting on a clean state. You talking about as if you forget every time. It's like oh refresh, oh no reload. No, I'm talking about a clean slate. You're starting a new book and you're writing that entire book. You're writing your book, no clean slate, no forgetting, no refresh, no nothing. You're writing that book all the way till the end and it comes to the end. What happens? You close that book, put it in the library, write the next book.
No, the reason why I brought the example of forgetting every day, I was just showing you that it's ineffective. Like, to learn, you actually need to remember your lessons, because without remembering your lessons, you are not learning. You are like you're kind of like, what is happening is like walking in the dark. Like the person that you are today, because you have learned from your previous experiences that you are able to remember. So if you come here and you don't remember anything, you cannot really say you are learning. You are experiencing, not really learning. Because even if you say that your soul is still going to have the memories whatsoever, but the problem is that you can keep on repeating the same mistakes because you don't remember the lessons. So that's why I'm saying it's more logical to think that we might be in some kind of a trap, believing that we are learning some lessons, because the most effective way to learn is to actually remember the past. You asked this question that, would you want to remember if you were like Hitler, if you were evil? Yeah, because I will learn from that. I will learn from the past that I was evil. So I must make sure that I don't make the same mistakes because I'm actually evolving. Like that's the best way to evolve is to actually remember your past mistakes.
Can
So
I
that's the thing.
can
Mm-mm.
I can I explain much? Because I feel like now you're going around in circles, but you're basically asking the same question of how do you learn your lesson, and you just keep on forgetting. Like you can't learn your lesson if you don't remember that lesson that you're supposed to be learning. Remember, listening is a skill. So I'm gonna repeat myself again.
Mm-mm.
Like with lessons, ne? Like you don't necessarily need to. It's not like you said um you how do you learn what you've already forgotten, right? But this is what I mean, like what has happened in the past and the situations in the past. Let's say you existed at a time when Hitler was involved, but usually in this lifestyle there's just a few, like there's a few lessons, major lessons you need to learn, and to your character and the person you are, like grow spiritually, then certain mindsets you need to shift to. But it's more or less the same thing, because you're doing the same thing in every lifestyle, really. Regardless, that is just that in that Hitler time the circumstances were different, but your mindset, your spirituality was still more or less the same. And that's what we're trying to fix right now, right? We're trying to fix that. We're trying to fix that entrapment that you have. So we're continuing that same thing, whether those memories. Why God doesn't want to traumatize you like that? He's a loving man. Want to hate him or not, he loves you. He's not trying to traumatize you by things that you happen in the past. Forgive yourself. He's forgiven you. Like already, just forget. Stop being so harsh on yourself about things that happen. Like trying to remember things of the past might just be damage. What if in your past life you committed suicide because of something that you couldn't handle mentally? And then now you want to try and remember that, and how are you going to help yourself by remembering that? Like the things that you needed to learn in that past life is still what's happening now. The mindset, the spirituality is more or less the same thing that you need to learn now. Those memories attached to that lesson is regard, it doesn't matter. You could have one lesson and have multiple memories surrounded that one lesson, because you just refuse to listen to that one thing that you can't see. You think it's this lesson, you think it's that, you think it's that, you don't know, but you're all over the place. You're not even trying to find yourself, like, and you're repeating the same thing the whole time. So it's a lesson, not the memory.
You know what I'm realizing the problem is that you have already concluded that God is good and life is good. So even when I say that,
No, I
doesn't
never
it make
said there's sorry. I never said
you
there's
know?
good. I've been repeating myself. I never said there's good and bad. I never said there's. I don't think
No,
of
you
life in
have
black and
because
white. I keep
you have
saying.
fed God.
I
No,
keep
okay,
I
yeah.
keep saying God, like I keep saying life is in a spectrum. Life is not in black and white. I don't see it in black and white. How I see it is that when you live the life of God, naturally it's either you'll become completely dark, or you'll come really close to God, or just a little bit dark. You know, we've all got a demon inside of us. We've all got a dragon inside of us. It's up to you whether you, and God knows that. God has a dragon inside of him too.
All right.
We've heard of the
So I'm
wrath
gonna
of
use
God.
another word
Like
instead. I'm
it
not gonna use
depends
the
on
word
you
good.
if
Let me not use the word good.
you're not going
So
to
the
use
way
word.
that I'm gonna use the word positive. Does that Can I use it?
You're going to what?
I'm gonna use the word positive instead of the word good. Can I use it?
Okay. It's still the
Okay,
same thing, but
okay. I'm not
still
gonna
black
use.
and white thinking.
Okay. Let
It's
me let
still
me let
black
me.
and white thinking.
Okay, let me put it this way. Then let's say there's no
You
right
read
or wrong.
things in very you're a very rigid intellectual person. You're reading it like it's either this way or that. Like you don't open up way for other possibilities, because there's so many things to this whole cosmic explanation. We can't get answers like yes, no. It's not like on earth. On earth it's right or wrong. It's clear. You in class,
No, I'm
you
trying to
get the
chase
answer
you,
wrong
right?
or right. It's not
I'm
it's
trying to
not like
chase
this.
you because
Life is not class.
no, it's not that I don't know that. It's just that I'm trying to like speak to you, like to you. Let me put it that way. So let's say you're saying there's no right or wrong, there's no black and white. There's like even that kind of thinking. I do think like that sometimes, but it just depends on who I'm speaking with. But what I'm saying is that I've been saying that it is possible that this might be a trap, and there is this being that wants us to keep on reincarnating back here and not escape it. No matter what lesson we learn, there's manipulate. We're being manipulated. So whether that is good or bad, that's irrelevant. You can say that it's still good. It's fine. But what I was asking is that based on this, on what you are saying, that we keep on reincarnating and learning some lessons, isn't it possible that there might be a being that has trapped us here and lying to us and manipulating us?
Okay, for the part of us being trapped, okay, I feel like I've shared, because now I feel like this conversation is kind of gonna go around in circles.
No,
I feel
I'm
like
asking you if it's
I've
not
shared,
possible. You can say no, it's not possible, or it is possible.
because I
Because
did
you know what you
explain the
do?
part. I explained. Listen, I explained the part of. I just wanna say this part of where there's a commenter who said, so Jesus basically came and did nothing. Firstly, Jesus showed us the powers of God. So the person who said Jesus came here on earth and showed us nothing, that's wrong. He showed us the power of God. He gave faith to those who were living in dark days, and they had no hope, and they thought there's no such thing as love and it's only evil around them. So Jesus came through with that hope. He came through with some truth too. If you don't see it that way, that's on you. But he also came through like with the powers of what you get from heaven, like the capabilities of, like, the main thing of Jesus was all about healing, like healing. His main thing was healing. We need to heal as a nation entirely. Like, we are messed up people who haven't healed. So the person who said came here and said he didn't do nothing, I disagree with that. And then the part of us being trapped, I did explain the part of, it is a mental prison, it's a spiritual prison in a way. Like, we come here this way and you learn how to get yourself. That's what I meant, it's both. Like, you learn how to get yourself out of this imprisonment by the assistance of studies, people, varsity, working, children, family, love, so many experience of life, traveling. That's how you get yourself out of the imprisonment itself. Once you are out of that, you are able to also assist people. But the thing is, sometimes also when you are in it, there's people who try to assist, but they're unable to assist too. So yes, we could be trapped. It could be a manipulation, but I think I've like shared my point of view of the manipulation. That the manipulation, because we are the ones who are conceited as human beings. We are the ones who think we are above and better than everyone else, and we know everything. Like, we know what to do, as if we know how to create a bird, as if we know how to create this entire system, the whole, everything as a whole. So, like, I'm humble enough to know I don't know everything, but we are the ones who create the things that are happening around us, and it logically makes sense that the best way to live in life is love one another. And that's the main thing in the Bible. The number one, the greatest commandment of all is love one another. Logically, like, assess with your mind logically. If you live in peace amongst each other, there would be peace amongst other people too. Whether like I said, I don't follow the entire religion, all the sacrifices and stuff like that, the worshiping. Me, I saw, like, with angels, they even say don't worship angels and stuff like that, because we are in fellowship. There's certain things that I also still I don't like do, because I don't agree with. That's not where my heart aligns. But where I see the truth, I do. Why am I gonna
Mm,
ignore the entire thing when there's some truth into it? When there's
mm,
some good you can take from it?
mm, mm. No, I get you,
That's my
but
thing. We
the
could be
reason why I
trapped. We
kept
could be trapped.
yeah, the reason why I kept on going in cycles because I didn't feel like you answered, but now you have answered that it's possible that it might also be a trap, and that's the thing. Like, I think we mustn't be too sure, because if you're gonna say,
Because what
hey,
I just
this is
said
what it,
now is basically everything what I've been saying. What I said now is everything what I've been saying. I just
no, you
concluded
went,
it really.
because the answer to this is very, was very simple. Do, is it not, because you're
So
saying Earth is a school, right? And then I said, is it not possible that we are being lied to, that we
someone
are in
says,
a
yeah, we
school?
are fact. Yeah, we are fact. Sorry, what a commenter says we are fact. Yeah, we basically are fact. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying it was funny. I just wanted to add some humor here. Sorry.
So
You were saying?
let's leave the, let's leave the trap thing. Or what I wanted to what I wanted you to say was whether you believe that it's possible that this could be a trap or not. And I feel like it is important that we're dead honest with ourselves, not to just take a certain narrative and be like, okay, Earth is a school, and we are learning these lessons. When we die, if we have not learned a lesson, we can come back and learn it. So it's important that we also open to the possibility that there might be an evil being that is actually manipulating us. I get everything that you're saying, but I think we need to be that intellectually honest so that we will make the right decisions. Because the more convinced you are that you found the right path, the harder it will be for you to like make the right decisions, especially if you are wrong. Right? That's why, like,
To
people
be
who don't believe
honest,
in Christianity.
like I can I just say a little testimony maybe because now it sounds like you want to hear a story of faith or something because I've been speaking in a
Yeah,
more logical perspective.
yeah, you
Like
can.
for me, to be honest, I think my faith stems from the fact that I trust where my life is going. Like I'm improving as a human being. I'm handling conflict way better. Like I had anger outbursts. I had smoking problems. I'm like way more disciplined. Like there's so many things where it's made me such like I'm so at peace. Like even when someone is unnecessarily rude, I see it for what it is. I see gaslighting for what it is. I see bullying for what it is. I was very naive. Like I'm kind of I'm happy with who I am. I'm so happy that I was willing to share this life and share this feeling that I have. That I think that's why Christians always force their faith because you love it so much, like you wanna share it with other people too. So this was my way of kind of sharing it in a as intellectually possibly as I can. But really, it's because I love the way my life is going. Like when I'm away from this thing, man, I get messed up, man. Something I go like this. Something goes off with me. It's like I don't know what happens in my life. It's like yes, there's love, but it's like I get fooled by the world. It's like I get
Hmm,
consumed by the darkness.
hmm,
So
hmm,
I love the way my life is going. That's why I trust that I think this God is better because everyone is really repeating what's said in Christianity. Yeah,
hmm,
other people are just analyzing it too on a scientific or star levels, or they have other they messiahs and Buddhas and all of that. But it's everything. It's more or less what was said, what I was being taught at a younger age. So I just went back to my own thing.
hmm, hmm. No, it is good to, because we don't, like, there's so much suffering in the world, so it's actually good to kind of like find a way to heal. But people who believe in different religion or in different things can also say the same thing, that hey, I found a way to heal doing this and that. So, but I
Oh, it's
do.
different strokes for everyone. Hey, no one can tell you how to heal. Sorry, no one can tell you how to heal. It's different strokes for everyone. Remember, we're like caterpillars entering a cocoon phase. The cocoon phase is closed for a reason. It's different for everyone. Your traumas are not the same as the next person. So someone may have gotten help from journaling. That shit didn't help me. Journaling didn't help me. Like there's so many meditating didn't help me. Like what am I gonna sit there and keep my mind quiet but while my mind is busy talking? Eventually I got that thing right, but yeah, I'm at peace. Then what? I'm still getting angry at small things. I still act differently. Like the healing is not the same for everyone. It's a cocoon phase for a reason and it's going to look different for everyone. So no one can tell you do this. You can try everything. Try. I'm not saying don't. try everything. Sometimes something will work, sometimes it won't. Sometimes you'll discover something new on your own and you didn't get from other people that works for you. So try them, but it's not the same for everyone. Different strokes for everyone.
Mm, mm. No, you're right about
I'm
that.
like someone said, I'd be happy to be deceived. Yeah, I'm glad to be deceived by God. Honestly, I love the way He's deceiving me because I love the way I am. I love who I'm becoming. I love who God is making me. I love the fact that I have a brain think. And how many times has God been telling me to think? And I just want to follow blindly. But I learned the hard way. It is what it is.
No, you shouldn't focus on the comments. Like, people in the
No, it's
comments
nice
will.
because remember, it's not about us. We these people are also part of the conversation. I personally on my channel, I include the people who comment on my things. I feel like their opinions are very valuable. Hearing from other people is I like to hear from everyone else
No,
because we're
because I feel
talking.
like
It's a
it can trigger you
discussion
sometimes. Like
amongst
the
all.
way that you're speaking, it's kind of like, because remember, you it feels like you took it more like an insult. Like, okay, I love my God, I love myself as I am. I'm happy to be deceived. Remember, we are here to figure out what the truth is, right? It's not to be deceived. So the way that you respond, that you kind of like offended by the comment. That's why you respond like that. Because
No, there's no offense. I actually agreed. There was no offense. I don't understand how you saw offense. I agreed with the comment that I was talking about.
now
And
is
usually,
the
because some commenters misunderstand, remember, there's certain people who misunderstand what we are saying, and we think they understand what they said because there's been certain people who misunderstood, and I had to clarify. This person over here just said a joke, and I agreed with that. There was no offense over there. So,
no,
but
the
if you
reason
don't
why
want
I
me
say
to
is, oh, are
communicate,
you
it's
happy to be
fine. It's
deceived?
fine. I won't look at the comment. No, it's fine. I won't look at the commenters. It's fine.
No,
It's
no,
just I'm used to doing that on my channel. Then I'm sorry,
no,
habits.
it's not a problem. I just think it can distract you. That's all. That it's not a problem. It's
I
just
think it's helpful,
no.
but
You can do
it can
whatever you want.
distract you. But for me,
No,
no, it's your
you can
channel.
do.
Stick by your rules. I'll stick by your
No, it
rules.
was just the way you were responding. It just because sometimes you can sense when a person is like, is a bit angry. Sometimes you can sense that. That's why I said no, you don't necessarily have to like, but it's good. You're free to do whatever you want. I don't just for you. I just felt you were offended, but if you weren't offended and you want to respond to the
No, I
comments,
wasn't. I was agreeing.
no, that's good.
Offended means being against it, according to me.
Mm, mm. No, no, I get what you're saying. That for you, like the path that you've taken, like has actually healed you. That's why you feel like it's the right path. Like it
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense to you as a person, like on a personal level. And for me, it's not about convincing you that it's not the right path, but it's kind of like wrestling with you, because I do feel like there's growth in that. The more we wrestle, you know, because the truth is, and I don't feel like the truth is obvious. That's why I don't like the idea of faith because it's kind of like if you you have faith, you kind of like hope that something is so true that you attach your faith to it. That I hope that Jesus is going to help me when I pray, and yeah, you attach your faith to it.
Look,
Or I
you
hope
don't have to follow God. Like you seem to be very fixated on this God. Like why don't you drift away? That's what I did. I drifted away from him, and you find God in other places. Really, you find it like I said. I have a Hindu tattoo over here. So find you can find him in other religions that actually speak to you. You know, you can hear the word of love in other religions. You don't have to follow God. You don't need to listen to his like devil things or like the devil is whatnot. You don't need to follow him, but his word is still around all over. Really, he created this, but how I I feel. But like you can try other religions, like actually try making the attempt to explore other religions. I used to believe in universal laws too. I believed I'm a god more really. You create your own reality. I drifted in so many different directions, like I said. Try it. It's really it opens up your perspective. Like the whole thing maybe will make sense in the end. I don't know, but exploring helps. Exploring helps.
Mm-hmm. What
But
are your
don't force
thoughts?
yourself to believe something you don't want to believe. I'm not even going to force you to believe my faith, really. I just gave you the truth, and it's up to you with what you take. This is my truth. I gave you my truth. I came here to give my truth.
Mm-mm. What are your thoughts on antinatalism? If you know what it means, if you've like watched some of the videos.
Quickly explain again. What was it again?
Okay, so antinatalism is a philosophy that aligns negative value to birth. So antinatalists believe that the world that we live in is full of so much suffering. So creating a new person because we can't get a consent from them is actually wrong. So that's one of the things that I talk about on this channel. What are your thoughts on that?
Like creating a new person.
Yes,
Sorry?
antinatalists believe that having a child is wrong because you are bringing someone into a world who has not consented to being born, who has not agreed to come and have like the human experience. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, that thing we were talking about. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me repeat it here. Really, I believe certain people are not allowed to have kids because, like, some people's mental and spiritual. And remember, I said we are kind of trapped. With it's a kind of a prison. It's a school too at the same time. But some parents are so messed up that you can't have kids in that mind state. Like, why do we then just because you gave birth to this child doesn't mean they have to stay with you. There's certain people who just I feel like they don't deserve to have kids. And I feel like when you have your child, it's really like your own karma, really. And if you're gonna bring a child, make sure you bring a child to who's gonna you're going to teach the right things because you are healed too, and that child is going to make an impact because we do need good people in this earth. Like completely stopping having kids, I'm not sure. I'd say having kids, the wrong people are having babies. Let me put it that way. The wrong people are out here having babies, raising some cruel, vindictive people, and this is what we end up with. So I feel like it's just the parenting that's wrong. It's not really the whole kids thing are born. But some people shouldn't have, some people, yeah. There's some people really deserve and they don't. Because one child could be the president, hey? The president that makes a big difference.
Mm, I don't think it seems like most people who become very like powerful in this world are people who are very corrupt and they don't really like change the world for the better.
Mm.
They kind of
You
like
know
make it
why?
worse.
You know why?
Uh, uh, uh,
Because we reward these people, and these people, remember, these corrupt people. I'm talking about the Bible again, but the Bible talks about them. But like they're very manipulative and deceitful, but very accommodative to the people around them. Very aware of certain people's feelings, so they know how to speak and hit the right corner, speak to the right people, who's the right ones, and what you say to who and when. There's a particular mindset to this corruption and actually succeeding in it. Because there's people who try, but they get caught, they end up in jail, or maybe they make it far and eventually down the line they get caught. So you kind of have to maintain a particular mindset. It depends on your mindset, really. Yeah.
uh, uh. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So what would you say to a person who says, "Hey, I actually hate the fact that I was born because I didn't consent to being born, and I'm not in love with the human experience. Because as humans, we believe that uh, this is, I don't want to use the word right, but let me say, we believe everyone wants this, like everyone wants the athlete like experience. So that's why we don't have a
Mhm.
problem like bringing a child who has not said, hey, I want to be brought to earth. What would you say to a person who feel wronged to have been brought into this existence?
Oh my goodness, that is so hard because I've been there too. Some it really depends on what that level of what type of person that is and what level of mentality or spirituality they are at. But like I think I'd say something along the lines of I'd say my truth of what I believe that we not we kind of choose here spiritually before we come here. It's like it's a spiritual contract. You come here
Mm,
already having a side knowing where who your parents are gonna be, and you are okay with that set of parents because they're gonna assist you with XYZ, and you come down here really to experience everything that there is to experience, to learn everything that there is to learn, and how like in the moment you may feel like giving up completely, and if you want to give up, it's okay, do it. Don't let anyone make you feel bad, but do know you're just going to come back down here on earth and it's just going to be the same thing. And who knows, what if the next time you come things in life are just worse than the time you were here, you know so just
mm,
hold on, really hold on, have faith that things are like working out. Because remember, there's a whole system to this whole realm. It's not just God. There's Jesus, there's angels, there's the Lord, there's the Holy Spirit, there's guardian angels, there's ancestors. There are people, there are spiritual entities guiding you every single time, whether you're consciously aware of it or not, whether you look at the Bible and see it the wrong way. There's things that are consistently guiding you the right way all the time. It just depends on where your heart wants to go.
mm, mm,
Your heart follows where it wants to go. Does your heart want to go to the path of destruction, or does it want to go to more love, light, or is it really just in between, lost and just enjoying life? Really, where is your heart?
mm,
And
mm,
that's a hard question to answer because the heart is a strange organ.
mm. No, I get you. Because I think some deep thinkers, because unlike like a person who believe themselves to be spiritual, or who's spiritual, or who has a lot of faith, might not want to look at the simplest facts about life. Like for example, like I said, that when you have a child, you didn't like you didn't get consent from a child, and they feel like that they've been wronged. So they might feel like they might not be having like the experience that they've, that is, it's just that you don't want to like you don't believe that there's good and there's bad, but to them, because they look at it that way, they're so rigid, like you'll say. So like you've said, so they look at it that way, and I think that's what makes this experience difficult for some people, because
The
they look at.
unfortunate part But the unfortunate part is that there's people who are so consumed. Because the thing is, once you start seeing your life as in like, I don't see hope, I don't even consent to this, like, why am I even here? Like, you get angry at everything. You know what happens? Slowly, and it's
Mm,
a process. It's slowly but surely your mind starts brewing with the victim mindset, and then you become very self-absorbed, where you only see your problems and your problems as being big. Yes, you see other people's problems, but their problems are not as intense as yours. Like, you can even see they're not even affected by. You become so self-absorbed that you don't even see the way that you're acting like within that moment. Like, you slowly but it kind of brews a victim mindset. Before you know it, it's a victimhood. You've got victim mindset friends too. You're attracting victim situations too, because you're thinking in a victim mentality. It all started that way, like, but I didn't, it's not my fault, and now you're blaming people, shifting blame, it starts
You,
slowly and
you know what?
surely. So that's why my channel is focused on mentality.
Mm, mm. But I also think that the more you try to look at things like as they really really are, they are like, it will be hard for you to make mistakes. Like for an example, someone who might say, hey, I'm not sure if we're having a positive experience, so why should I have a child? So they don't have a child. And some of them might be people who are already broken, like we were having a conversation like a few days before. I think it was Thursday. So they might say, "Hey, I'm not going to have a child because I have suffered, and to me, this was not a good experience." So that makes it hard for me to be like, "Hey, I'm going to bring a child into this world because I'm not even sure what it is, and it hasn't
That's
been
a
like."
good thing.
So,
I
so I
think I
think
think I
sometimes,
think that's a,
yes,
mm-hmm.
yes, you can,
Sorry.
you can go on. No, I was saying that I think
No, I
sometimes
was just
having a
saying that's
negative
a good
mind.
thing.
Okay, so I was saying that
Hmm.
I think sometimes having a negative mindset can be a good thing because it can yield, like, people can do things that are more right for them based on the experiences that they've had. Like,
Remember,
yeah, yeah.
the negative mindset thing. Remember, I said part of the healing process. You go through a point where you become very pessimistic, kind of cynical. That's basically negative mindset kind of thing. So negative mindset can help you, especially if you're approaching the healing phase as a way of trying to, like, you removing your naivety basically. And the thing with healing is that you don't choose what you're healing. It depends on what you're ready
Mhm.
for to heal, where you'll see for yourself, oh, now I see this is what I'm really working on. But like it depends on what you're actually tackling. For example, with naivety, you're going to go through a phase where you end up seeing the world in a very dark world, because remember, when you're naive, you see things in colors and roses. You're optimistic, you see positivity, and really the dark things you kind of push aside. So anything you've got more of a confirmation bias that confirms anything that is positive and good. That's
Mhm.
what creates naive thinking. But when that thing is off, what happens? That means you have to see every single thing that you neglected back then. So what happens now? You start to see this is how the world really is. This is, you see it, you now think about it way worse, because you used to thinking about it that way. Now you see it and you overanalyze it, you overthink it, until eventually you get to a point of being more realistic, and you see things like, okay, there's good, there's bad, there's these areas, and life is, yes, there's more darkness, but you can analyze things properly, man. You don't view things, because unfortunately there's people who become cynics until they never end up becoming realistic, unfortunately. But healing is different for everyone. Like I said, maybe your cynical phase is that long, who knows.
Now, because you know what I've realized about our experience here. I think the more open you are to what is like really true, and I mean, even if it's the harshest truth, like you are honest, you are not like, if like when you have an experience that is actually traumatic, you're not like, it's still good, this is a good experience still. You actually, the more you are open to like really seeing it as it really is, I think that's actually how you truly grow, because you're not saying, oh, this is positive or this is negative. You're just open, like, hey,
Sorry,
this is
I'm
what it
sorry
is.
you're cutting. How do you truly grow? Your mic is just on and off. How do you truly grow?
All right. I think you grow by accepting the truth of the world. What do I mean is that if you have negative experiences or you see negativity in the world, you don't say, "Hey, I'm seeing negative things that are happening in the world, but think that this experience is good, but you are much more honest with yourself. You're like, hey, I'm seeing negativity in the world,
Mm,
and it seems like there's so much negativity. You're not necessarily angry or unstable or
yeah.
cynical, but then you're just open to what is
You what
going.
I call that's what Yeah, that's what I was explaining. You become a realist basically. Like after because the thing with like after being naive is your trust is broken. You trusted in this goodness so well that your trust is being broken, and now you're dealing with trust issues, and now you find a problem in just about every single situation. You come up with a solution, you find a problem for that solution. You become that cynical, like you see red flags in just about anything and everything. Suddenly your red flags are a whole list. Like you see issues and negativity in places where it's not that deep. So you will, but like I feel like after as time goes on, depending on the people you sit with too, and how dedicated are you in learning, actually, like are you going to accept the world like this, or are you going to actually try and figure it out? I think that's where the trick is. Like consistently keep trying to figure it out until you come to a point where you're thinking more realistically, but it's a journey. Like it's different strokes for people, other
Do you think
people
I
it's a
don't I
short
don't
cynical
view?
phase.
Do you think I don't view like the world more realistically?
I think you're very intellectual. That's how I feel. I think you're more focused on the darkness of the world. Like I feel like you had a point. This is how you I may be wrong. Like I feel like you at a point where you seeing the darkness, that it just you want to fight it so bad. Like you're fighting it like in a very intellectual way. And when it comes to darkness, then there's more to it than just intellectual level or knowledge. But I don't know if I would say realist, but yeah, more or less close there. But you just it's just you see it more in a I like even our conversations, I kind of have to shift the thinking back to something lighter. Like it quickly goes dark. Like it quickly goes dark with you. Like it never goes to a balanced level. Like I'm not saying it should be good or what. It goes dark, and I need to quickly bring it back up again. That's how
Mm,
I feel.
mm, mm. No, you're right. But what I'm picking up is that there's always this, like for many people, there's always this need to make some everything positive, right? So when you kind of like, or like there's always need to make to shift from the darkness, like from the dark, like everything has to make sense, everything has to be good. So even when something is bad, then it has to be good, or we must have a positive mindset no matter what. So what I think is that if
No.
if
mm,
if
Sorry, continue.
what I think is that if there are negative things that are happening in the world, we mustn't lie to ourselves about these things. We mustn't say, well, it's always happening for the good. I think we must be so open-minded that we are willing uh to accept that it's possible that the bad things that are happening because we might not be having a good we might not be here for a good reason. Like we might be here for a bad reason. Like that is also possible. But you are right when you say we mustn't focus on the dark things like only. We must focus on everything. Like we must try to be balanced in that way. But I think sometimes we're not
But
intellectually
I feel
honest.
like you're repeating what I just said, really. You're repeating what I said. I said it's important to look at both darkness and goodness. We can't ignore either or. And but remember, where your mind is focused at, those are the fruits you'll keep producing. So no one's saying forget about the darkness. You need to be aware of it, because that's how you maneuver and make the right decisions in life. But if your mind is more focused on, okay, wow, what changes am I going to make? What am I going to I see this problem right now. What is my solution for the problem? Like, what am I actively doing to actually do something about it? The phone call. It's good to be aware, but what's awareness if you're not actually doing something? Like, what are you doing? Like, we can talk all about it, talk about the darkness. I can go on about the news. I can go on about the goodness in the world too and the charity, but like, what are you personally doing to actually make an impact? It's We can be aware about it, but after your awareness, what happens? That's
Okay,
really what
so
I'm saying, because it sounds like you
what's
saying
your what's
what
your
I said.
final what's your final truth? Like what are your final words? It's almost 2 hours, and like I'd like life to like.
Yeah, quite long. My final words is to everyone is, don't let Christians make you feel like you are forced to believe in the Bible. Don't let them They invoke fear. So don't let anyone invoke fear into you, okay? And whatever you do, just make sure you're making an impact in the world the right way. And remember, to make an impact in the world, you got to change yourself first. You can't change the world, but you yourself haven't changed. Like, if you are toxic inside, you're just releasing toxic fuel to the rest of the world. Like, clean your petrol before you start releasing petrol to the rest of the world. So my thing is, analyze things wisely, like, think consciously for yourself. Am I trying to be a better person, or am I trying to lead to a path of where I just be completely lost? Like, God is not expecting you to be 100% perfect, like, or else life wouldn't be continuing for so long, so many chances, so many forgiveness and all of that. You still have your time. Whether you want to believe him or not, that's on you. But like, be you we know as human beings, so let's push aside the Bible. We know wrong from right. You analyze things from yourself. Ask yourself, the way I'm dealing with things, is this the right way to deal with things? The impact that I'm making, am I having a good impact on society? Be self-reflective. And when you're searching for truth, search for truth with the aim of trying to understand, instead of, if you're going to attack, also try and defend. Like, the best way to learn is when you're coming from a perspective of attack and defend combined. Like, you're not doing one thing only, because when you're doing one thing only, you use confirmation bias. You only end up finding information that confirms what you want, what you are looking for. So when you actively search for the knowledge, actually have the mindset of, okay, how do I go against this thought? How am I going for this thought? Then you conclude from both those thoughts which way, how you prefer to go about it. Don't just look at something and go for it, or look for things that confirm what you're learning. So yeah, self-reflection. When you're learning, make sure you're learning properly. You're not just accepting. Don't just be a follower. Analyze things. And yeah, we know what's wrong. You don't need to be told what's wrong and right. Another thing, healing is different for everyone. For you to make changes in this world, it starts with healing, and healing means being stepping out of the imprisonment that you're in. And once you're out of that and you're free, you'll be able to see things clearly. So just work on yourself, really. My thing is big ups to everyone who's still trying, big ups to everyone who still has hope, big ups to everyone that's still a believer, like even the believers that are blinded. I feel like it's still out of good faith, they're still trying. I'm not gonna look down on people who are consciously not awake, because I was once upon a time in that situation. But big ups to the people who are still believing. Big ups to the people who are still trying to do a difference. It's not easy. Man, this world will make life hard for you. Like, you will come through with things. Life will throw things at you, but God wants warriors, okay? So he's just really shaping you into a warrior. He's not looking for weak people with victim mindset, always blaming whatnot. He's shaping you into a warrior. Remember, the people who come here on earth are legends. People who can step out of this earth and make, like, learn from the school of earth. You consider a legend, my guy. Like, this earth is hard enough as it is. Before you get
Mhm,
here, you are warned spiritually, this is hard. You are warned
mhm.
before you get here that it's hard. So good, big ups to everyone else. Good luck to everyone else who's also trying, and those who are leading in the path of destruction. Maybe it's just a phase. Don't be too hard on yourself. We all got dragons. Tame your beast. You don't want your dragon to become a beast.
Mm, mm,
Keep your dragon under control. Keep it. Don't let it take over you. I've got
mm.
nothing. I think I've said everything.
All right. No, Mina, here's my final truth, right? I think there's nothing wrong with having a negative mindset or thinking that we're having a bad experience. Just like if
Oh,
you were
there's
in a
nothing
relationship.
wrong. It's helpful. It's helpful. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, like if you were in a relationship and the relationship was not working, you're having a negative experience in that relationship, or maybe you're being abused. So it's good to say, hey, I don't think this is working. That might seem like a negative mindset or you're a negative person, but you might actually free yourself because you are honest enough with yourself. So I think we mustn't push, like
Hmm.
we mustn't say, hey, as a human being you must have this mindset that, hey, everything is working out for the good or life is good. Maybe it is bad, like we
Hmm.
don't really know what the truth about our existence is. Maybe it is a prison, maybe it is not a prison, but we must be open-minded enough to welcome like every perspective, not to reject some perspective and say this is too negative or this is too dark, because I think that's the only way that we can figure out what is more true than if we already too biased. Like sometimes you can be biased towards life. Sometimes you can tell yourself that life is a good experience. So no matter what happens, it's a good experience. This is what I've realized about a lot of people who are religious. Even when God does things that are wrong, they'll say, "Oh, God is good." You see, just because they already told themselves that He is good. So no matter what He does, He is good. So what I believe is that we must be intellectually honest, no matter what. So even if what we find is that the world is not good, if it is the truth, it is the truth. Um, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but yeah, we are where we are. Let's continue to like explore and try to figure out what is more truth and most true. So yeah, thank you for being part of this conversation. Yeah, I do think that we've wrestled. I do think that we've wrestled, and that was like the intention. So thank you for being part of this.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me, by the way. Thank you for having me.
All right, Wangila. Now, if anyone wants to follow you on TikTok,
Wow, it would have to be typed out or something. Spongile le la leti. So
yeah,
what my channel, can I explain that? Really,
yeah, yeah,
what
you
I
can.
talk about is shifting your mindset back into reality, really, your mental state. So this also goes for those who are trying to ascend to their higher self, or like at least be a healed version. Just make the right decisions in life, and how to just to comfort you, really. That's my channel. It's different
Mm,
things that I pick up from society that I feel like, okay, this would be interesting to talk about, because I feel like the perspective, what I do is I really try and shape people's perspective to be more of in the light. But I'm not saying don't be negative. It helps. Like I said, it's important in the healing process. I went through a cynic phase too. It helped me see the truth for what it is, or else I was going to continue being delusional.
mm.
I had
No,
to I had to be cynical and negative for me to see.
mm. No, I will try to link the name in the description, so that because I think it won't be that easy for people to like find you like that. So I'll link like the name will be in the description.
Hmm.
So so
Sorry.
now no, I was saying no, thanks. I'm still going to be live for some time. So no, I just didn't want to like like because I know you're busy. So yeah,
Yeah.
so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't even know how to go off this thing.
I think that
Okay,
there
bye.
has to be an option.
Bye. I'm going off now.
All right, no, sharp, sharp. Hey guys, yeah, we're still live. We're still live. 2 hours. Yeah, you know what I think about life, because the more I have conversations with people, the more I realize what is more true, right? Like that's why I love having debates. That's why I love having conversations with people who don't agree with me, and that's why I love listening to them. Like I don't want to just like um I don't want to say like I don't want to speak a lot. I want to listen to what they have said. They have to say. What I've realized is that as people, guys, I'll be reading the comments actually. So you can comment. Yeah, but what I've realized is that um we are in a world where having um a certain perspective might be considered inferior, like that might make you inferior, right? Like for example, if you are hurt and you are unhappy and you are depressed and you are angry, like that's not good, right? That's not good. That's actually bad. If you are happy, if you are joyous and you are excited about the experience, that is good. Like this is the kind of world that we live in. So you must fight to have uh a positive mindset than to like have a negative mindset. I'm not saying that's what you were saying, but like the more I have conversation with people, like the more I learn, not necessarily from what they are specifically saying, but there will be insights that I'll be getting from just listening to them. So you must always have like you must strive to have a positive mindset. But I think we live in a world where anything is possible. So if we live in a world where we might be in a prison, for example, if we're in a prison planet, it's actually good to realize that and to have a negative mindset than to fight to have a positive mindset, because you won't know what to do. You will constantly be manipulated and not be able to free yourself. But if you realize that, hey, I was born in a prison, maybe there's something wrong with this reality, then there's a chance that you'd figure out what you need to do to actually free yourself. You see, for an example, some most of y'all are internalists, right? Like you like, no, what, I'm not gonna have a baby because I'm not really sure about this experience. There seems to be something weird. If you are right that there is something wrong with this reality and we're having a bad experience, then you would have done the right thing. Like, no, I'm not gonna have a kid because I don't think this is a good experience. So you don't have to have a positive mindset and you don't have to have a negative mindset, but be real, be honest with yourself. When you look at the world, what do you really think is happening? You know, what do you really think is happening? Um, s- Rick Fitfelametikel. I don't know if I pronounced that name right. How humans pass on energy? I think this question is directed at someone. Okay, plant-based mentality. Then the master of ceremony created your crutch. Hmm. Winged corners. What exactly would you do though? It's been years. Human being. Reality at its core is brutal. Yeah, that's true. It's brutal. Like we have to be honest with ourselves. If reality is brutal, reality is brutal, and it's possible that the brutality is not happening for the greater good. It's possible that it's just brutal. Like it's just a real negative experience. It's like if you were in hell and didn't know that you were in hell. The truth will be that you are in hell and you are having a negative experience. So, uh, no, not having a positive mindset in that situation will actually make sense. The Crimson Fairy. I don't know what is happening. I don't even know what's happening in my own mind. I don't think there's a person who knows what's happening. That's the thing. I don't think there's a human being who actually know what is happening. Um, we are just trying to figure it all out together, but we don't know what is happening. The important thing is to be honest with yourself. Don't let anyone lie to you. Be honest with yourself. If what is happening doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. If what is happening makes sense, it makes sense. But the important thing is to be honest with yourself. There mustn't be a point where you're like, you lie to yourself, or you want to believe reality to be something that is not so bad that you constantly looking for proof that it is what you don't you want it to be. For example, if you want God to exist, you might actually end up having faith and look for evidence that there is a God. That happens a lot. So the important thing is to just be honest with yourself, man. No one really knows what's going on. Try me, but you only consider the option of antinatalism if and only if you do the search for truth and see things as they are, even when it seems they are super bad. Yeah, like you don't. Humanity believes that you must view this life as if it's good. Like once you've reached a higher level of consciousness, you, your conclusion must be that this is good. So if you don't feel like this is good, then that means that you are still operating at a low state of consciousness. What if this is bad, and actually realizing that it is bad is actually the most honest way to think, and that's you having reached a much higher level of consciousness. Because this experience could be anything. It doesn't have to be positive. It doesn't have to be a positive experience. It just has to be what it is. And we need to figure out what it really is. And the only way to get there is by being as honest as possible with ourselves. Mr. Warrior, I just hate that we are the pounds and some people are actually playing the game. Maybe it could be us, or maybe we're just pounds. Um, yeah, man. I get you. I feel you, man. Zero, never, ever. Math is just geometry. Since a mind has nothing to down with geometry, it was already clear that God is neither math, or can he be proved, though? I think at least. Yeah, I don't like, if God exists, he would need to be existing outside of the matrix, so he would not be able to prove that it really does exist. And if he did exist, I don't think he would even want us to believe or even worship him, because he's never like really given us um instructions like himself. Like it's just people who've been telling us that we must believe, but he's never like been giving us instructions like, hey, believe in me, or here's how you find me. It's just humans, making things up. And because we are capable of doing that, we've been doing that like for the longest time. The Crimson Fairy. But we also have to be honest about the beauty and good and ideas too. Such beautiful ideas to die for. Yeah, true, man. It's all about honesty. Like, what do you really see? I made a video um a few days back, talking about like how you rate your life. Like, how do you rate your life? How do you feel like your life has been? Like, rate your life on a scale of 1 to 10. And it seemed like people were honest with themselves. Some said it was a 6, some said it was a 9, some said it was a 0. But it's important that we are honest with ourselves. Are we having a good experience or a bad experience? Reluctantly, or not only do I sing like a bird sings like a bird. Human being, can I recommend some channels here? Yeah, you can, 100%. You can. I'll read the comment. Wanty's Corner. Can I be honest? Honestly, I would rather believe a beautiful lie than see the cold truth, because I don't see any value from knowing the cold truth other than a life of suffering. I think if you want to believe a beautiful, like if you believe a beautiful lie, I've actually made a video about this, like the video that I'm going to post after this live. I'm actually talking about this. But here's the thing: if you believe a beautiful lie, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Like you're gonna make a lot of mistakes. Like you're not gonna do what needs to be done because you believe a beautiful lie. You can never make the right decision unless you know the truth. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna believe a lie, then you're gonna make the wrong decisions. But if you believe the truth, then you're gonna make the right decisions based on what you know. So it's better to believe the truth, even if the truth makes you feel uncomfortable at first. It's the truth. It's still the truth. Loon, believing a beautiful lie gonna get you manipulated and hurt in a lot of ways. True, that's what happens. A lot of people who believe beautiful lies are the people who are being manipulated in this world. These are the people who are being lied to by politicians, people who are being lied to by their leaders, by their pastors. Like it's better to just be honest with yourself. What are you seeing when you look at the world? Um, Try me. Remember how we used to see the world as kids? We didn't saw a negative thing. None wanted to see the world this way. Exactly. So as you grow up and have experiences, these experiences, if you are going to be honest with yourself, even if it's negative experience, they might make you see the world in a negative light. And there's nothing wrong with that. You are supposed to figure out what this is. You don't have to be like, hey, this is too negative, and because this is too negative, I'm going to try to look at things in a positive light. You'll end up brainwashing yourself. You end up lying to yourself. Actually, like, hey, I I don't like this negative thoughts that I'm having, so I must lie to myself. You just be brainwashing yourself, and I think it's better to just be honest. I know it's hard, man. It's not easy. Difference is whatever helps you to cope with reality. Not everyone can handle the cold hard truth. Yeah, true, true, true. You range you. If anything, she just reinforced just how far we have come. It's a long road to seeing the true reality. Yeah. Why so serious? This is a shitty GTA ripoff. Playing based mentality. Imaginary is the inception of manifestation. Do you believe in manifestation? Winter's corner. I will agree. However, the world is crazy and dark from what I've seen. I cannot ever unsee that. Yeah, it's the truth, man. It is dark. Like that is the truth. It doesn't really depend on your perspective. It's just that um it sometimes it depends on how intellectually honest you are with yourself about what you're saying. Most people who are positive, like who with a positive mindset, are people who are not willing to go that deep. Like when things are happening, they don't want us, like they don't want to see where these things are sourced from. Like let me give you a simple example. Let's say you in a relationship with someone, and this person doesn't really love you. Maybe they want your money. If you have a positive mindset, you always believe that this person is in your life because they love you, and then they end up, taking everything from you, and you end up ending up with nothing because of that. I've seen that happen a lot. So, but if you are real, it's not about having a negative mindset. It's about being real. If you are real, you're gonna see that, oh no, this person is full of shit. And the truth is that most people are full of shit. The truth is that the world is full of negative things that are happening. The truth is that there is a lot of manipulation going on. That is the truth. So I think it's more truthful to actually see this as a dark place than to see it as a positive place, because it seems like the more naive you are, the more you see, this as a positive experience, because you are not open minded enough, or you just want to see it as a positive experience. That's why I keep on telling you all that I think we live in an evil world that is presented as if it's good. So if you are not a deep thinker, or you're not, you are, or you are afraid of suffering, because if you're going to like really try to figure out what's going on, you're going to have to suffer, because the things that you'll be discovering are going to make you suffer. So you're not going to figure out that what how dark this place is, because you won't be willing to, like, remove the layers. The Crimson Fairy is just so unbelievable too. I know there's no God, but I feel something has to be reading my mind. It's just a feeling of something greater, something that's a little human but more. No, it feels that way. like we could be in the matrix and there's something that's kind of like that knows your every thought, and it makes more sense to believe that Earth is a lush farm. Human being, good channels, rebellious meat puppet, destiny machine, forever conscious research. Yeah, I know forever conscious research. I don't know Chiron last, but I'll check some of them. I can't pronounce this name right. Rural. Benedict, what's your thought on drugs? I know hard drugs are bad, but I plan to do them at the end of life. If I don't die from an accident and I'm diagnosed with terminal illness, I mean math and here. I think that's dangerous stuff, man. I think that's dangerous stuff. I think that's dangerous. But I've never done drugs and I don't know much about them. I've only done psychedelics. Only done psychedelics. Hadi, okay, the Moroccan king's cousin, the blue-eyed Jesus. The ratio, I can look past the guest being uninformed, but not the rudeness, interrupting, arrogance, and gaslighting. The most destructive things on earth is truth, and it initiates the dark night of the soul. Um, now I don't want to say anything about our guest. I'm glad that she she agreed to do this. It's important that we are open to every perspective. I love having deep conversation with people because that's how I get to learn more truth. Because people don't have real deep conversations, right? Like we don't have deep conversations. We just talk about uh like minor things. So it's good to have deep conversations. So yeah, it is what it is. I wanted to pay more attention to what she had to say and not interrupt her, just allow her to say whatever she wanted to say. It is what it is. Um, Human being, those of reality with brains stably. Wings corner. Yeah, you make a good point, honestly. Plant-based mentality, no delay. Mr. Warrior, the game of life is now deep. Can you overcome your mental conditions? Are you afraid of people? Mm, I think it is important to try your best to um, overcome some of your limits, right? Like if you're afraid of like interacting with people and you want to interact with them, try your best to overcome that. But if you're not interested in like socializing, you don't need to try that. It's not very necessary. You just do you. Some people are better off alone. They actually find joy in being by themselves, and also they learn a lot when they're by themselves. Like they focus on the right things. Plus, I think the world is too toxic now, so there ain't that many people that are worth knowing. But there are some people that are worth knowing. They're just not that many. Reluctant lion. I refuse to live a double life for Christian. Worship me or else. I'm gonna ban for eternity. Loon. They literally will get on you, but if you say anything negative and will victim blame you, yeah, if you say something true, not necessarily negative, it seems like anything true is negative. If you realize that anything true, like speak the truth about anything, anything. I don't care what it is, anything. Speak the truth about politics. The truth is negative. Speak the truth um about religion. It's negative. Speak the truth about school, negative. Speak the truth about war, negative. Like anything. Like if you're gonna speak the truth, that you're gonna sound like a negative person. You're gonna sound like you're you view you have a victim mindset. Like no, it's the truth. This is what the truth is. This is what the truth really is. But most people can't really handle it because it's not easy to handle the truth. If you are able to like see what the truth is and you're able to handle it, you tough. It's not easy. That's why sometimes people don't feel like they can go on anymore. It's because you are seeing things as they really are, and it's not easy. Like human beings can't like really handle the truth, most of them. Winter's corner, loon, so true. Those are the people I don't like, because it's like when we express how we feel, suddenly we are the ones in the wrong. Yes, it's usually that way. Plant-based mentally, truth is a realization singularity. Potato filled forever. Despite what Christians believe, God didn't say anything. We find the truth by observing the world. I like this comment because that's the truth. It's not like God came from heaven and told us, "Hey, do this, do that." It's just people who wrote their own books with their own. They had their own intentions. So you can't really be so convinced that what these people wrote come from God. Like there's something wrong with being that convinced. If you genuinely want to figure out what the truth is, you must be honest with yourself. You don't you don't you don't choose what moves you, because sometimes you can be moved and be like, oh, that it means Christianity is true because I'm being moved. What if you are being manipulated? What if um some people are charismatic? They know how to speak to you in a way that makes you feel the emotions that you want to feel. So you kind of fall in love with their ideas and you end up believing what they're telling you based on how what they're telling you is making you feel. And because maybe it makes you feel positive emotions, you're like, hey, it means it must be the truth. You know, why else will I be feeling positive emotions if it's not the truth? Shy Day will Benedict is speaking truth right now, 100%, 100%. Reluctant Lion. The Christian cult has so much money, power, and influence in the modern era. You cannot make a single good movie. No, I've not like all the movies that I've watched, all the movies. And Christians believe that this world is run by people who oppose their ideas. But all the movies that I've watched actually support Christianity. All the movie in the Book of Clarence, people were saying that that movie was very blasphemous because Jay-Z produced the movie, or yeah. So they say no, it's blasphemous, but it's not even blasphemous because people weren't gonna buy it. People weren't gonna want to watch it. So when you make a movie, you must make sure that it supports Christianity in the end. Food die. I don't think I pronounced this name right. Those that succeeded in life fall prey to survivorship bias and fail to realize that it was luck. Sometimes hard work doesn't pay off. Those who fall prey to survive. Yeah. Once you make it, you start to think it's because of how you've done things. Like I've done things right, that's why I made it. And you look at a person who has not made it, you're like, hey, they're doing things wrong. That's why they've not made it. Like it doesn't really work that way. There's luck involved, and there are forces that we do not understand. Everything is still a mystery to us. We don't know why certain things happen, why certain things do not happen. But in the end, what we must realize is that we're not in control. We're not in control. So yeah, things will happen, positive and negative. Reluctant lion. Princes want attention for being tax exempt money moguls. As a New Yorker, I can validate that. Winter's corner. I do agree. I have a differing perspective though. For example, if someone steals something from you, you can get angry. But what if you have a mindset of I'll get a new one and I'll try to move on? Yeah, but that still wouldn't mean that it's a positive thing that has happened. You can have that kind of mindset that, okay, fine, I'll buy, someone stole my cell phone, I'm going to buy a new cell phone. But that wouldn't mean that that was not a negative experience. That doesn't mean that people do not steal, right? We live in a world where there are people who will steal from you. So it will be good to acknowledge that and ask yourself what it means. It means that there are people who are maybe starving enough to want to steal from other people, and that's not really a good thing, because it will mean that there's scarcity or there's no balance, you know. So it's good to like see things as they really are, but still choose to do something positive. So when you find yourself in a bad situation, you ask yourself, okay, how did I get into this bad situation? What does it really mean? And then figure out what is the positive thing that you can do. Reluctant line. Whoever walks away from the ties of atheism is giving into the money. 100%. Mike Donigan. Benedictine needs Jesus. The Crimson Fairy. That's a good point. Never considered it. Even love. It's beautiful. So many songs and lyrics, but there's so much bad there too. We just don't write to that depth. Yeah, exactly. I love what you just said. Like the truth is deep, bruh. The truth is deep. Like if you were to know the truth about everything, I don't believe that you perceive this as a good experience. Mr. Warrior, Mike, what does Jesus truly mean? Good question. One is corner. So true. I hate how when you speak the truth about anything, it sounds so negative. It's kind of sad, ain't it? I wish there was a positive truth. Yeah, there isn't. There is no positive truth, man. If you're really gonna go that deep and stop lying to yourself, you just find negativity. Just don't get caught in a hack. What's that's covering? That's what coveting requires. Loon, man, who the fuck wrote the Bible, bro? I wonder what they will think of if we brought them to this time. Mm, they'll be like, damn, it worked. These people are still reading what we wrote like 1,000 years ago. Like that's crazy. Like it worked. It worked. One Discord. Honestly, like the only problem I have with the Bible is how they kind of force their beliefs onto everyone rather than coming from a place of open-minded mentality. Yeah, they'll force their beliefs on you. That's how it works. That's how religion was able to spread. You know, nothing will really spread like that if it's not being forced on people, because people are different. But if they brainwash you when you're a kid, it's easy for you to end up, believing in whatever they want you to believe. Zero or never ever. Winty, don't give up. God is certainly not all powerful, but that does not mean he does not exist. It's rather as if he still is in the learning phase. The Crimson Fairy. I feel it's closer to something like the whole truth isn't positive on a total level, or the math of it. But there are positive truth like love is great or kindness is good. Um, when I say that the truth is negative, I mean the truth about what is happening, not what we think or what we desire. Right? Um, you might actually want kindness in the world. That's not a negative thing, right? But it's the kindness in the world. When you look at how we treat each other, is the kindness. When you look at the root of our actions, do you see kindness? That's what I'm talking about when I say the truth about everything is negative. Lorna getting stronger. Loon, the Bible is a series of books written by different authors. No wonder it's full of contradictions. True. Never ever. The biggest problem for God could be how to provide not simple but complex movement to us. The later requires enormous commuting power. You think this God might be AI? Mr. Warrior, man, look, can we let those people who want to be at the top do that? Because us simple folks create our own reality. Is that not allowed? I prefer a world like that, honestly, where You're free enough to make your own decisions. No one is forcing you to view life the way that they want you to view life. No one is forcing you to, you know, eat what you do not want to eat. No one is saying you cannot eat what you want to eat. You're free enough to truly be yourself, to really be human, because we are different. We cannot say all human beings are the same. Every human being is different, and we prefer different things. So yeah, it's messed up that there are people who feel like it is okay for them to be telling us how to live life, how to view this reality. Reluctant lion plus this, because of drug wars prominence in America, people sell their religious and smartphones as extra incentive. Look, man, we be posting on the site like, wonder if they watch us or have us down on a list or something. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Adele, truth is always negative because it's the part that humans ignore intentionally, because it's easier for the ego to pretend that it's not happening, but you don't even need to dig far to find it. True, true. Loon. Or maybe they watch us to see the creation of the NPC becoming aware of their reality, except this one really shitty. True. Nobody, if she was saying that everybody on different levels of spirituality level, or if she was saying that everybody on different levels of spiritual levels, I think everything not fold in religion. Humans have the biased option. In Hindu, there are 33 core gods, and God is wants to be. Nobody tell more, but don't. Oh, yeah, because I wasn't able to get what you were like really saying. Roel, do you think people love being treated terribly? For example, in the army, how they treat you worse than a dog. Some relationship. Yeah, some people actually seem to want to be treated badly because of uh, maybe because of how they grew up. Like that's what kind of like makes them feel alive. They want to feel something. Like they don't feel anything when they're being treated right. That's why some people are addicted to toxic partners. Like they want to date people that treat them wrong, because they want to feel something. That's the only way that they're able to feel. Further, I would also like to add that people use their deity of choice to justify their good lives while others suffer. Yeah, I've hate that's something that I truly hate. A person will survive a car accident and say it's God that protected them, and forget that there are people who died. Right? It's not like everyone survived. No, there are people who died and you survived. So you say, "Oh God, it means God is alive." What about the people who died? That's why I said the truth is dark. If you just gonna look at the fact that no, there are people who died, and this person who's saying, "Oh, God protected me," like that's messed up. That's ignorance. That's ignoring the real truth. Loon, maybe we can't understand them because the conditioning was too strong. It's just we were the ones who slipped through the cracks and thought too much and figured out this reality being messed up. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think it's not easy for people to wake up, man. It's almost impossible. Actually, that's what I've realized. Like you really need to think and be willing to be intellectually honest to wake up. And I don't think everyone can wake up. That's why some people truly behave like NPCs. Not everyone can wake up. Con, okay, I get it. You're saying like acknowledge the event that's happened, but then to move forward with a mindset to deal with a bad situation. Yeah, yeah. I'm saying something like that. Rick, Rick, man, we gotta live our lives like how Jesus got beaten. I remember there's this lady, she does poetry. She said, we are the ones who've been sacrificed. Jesus lived a privileged life. Like we are the ones who've been sacrificed. Like we are the ones who have really suffered. Because we don't even know what this is. Jesus knew what this was, you know. So he suffered less compared to like most humans. Most humans go through hell without figuring out what's actually going on. Bad guys get caged over hating plebeians. Nobody wants to say anything until it's done. I know, I know. Never ever. You don't need to discard God just to seem like a cool or fearless man. The Crimson Fairy. Wait, is that a thing now? There's like weed from back in the day of coolness. Loon, I'm picturing the creator staring at its creation like we in some type of a cube or something. Probably the creator is probably benefiting in some way from this experience if there is a creator. Never ever. On a mathematical level, you cannot prove or disprove God because math is just geometry. Not everything can be explained as a geometric form. Mr. Warrior, Loon, just watching and chilling until we figure this shit out. Maybe we will figure this shit out. Maybe we will figure this shit out. V Commander V, honestly, it's better to believe in God than to believe in nothing. Don't take your chances, you know. I'm a Muslim and I believe in one God, one entity because there cannot be multiple gods or entities. I think it's better to be more honest with yourself. You don't necessarily need to believe or to not believe, but you need to be honest with yourself. How do you truly view reality? Like you need to become more of who you are. Don't let society tell you how to be, how to feel. Be you, 100%. And that's what I've been telling you guys, that you need to be more of who you are without fear. Don't let people tell you what's cool. Like, hey, it's cool to believe in God. It's cool to seem happy. It's good to seem joyous. No, be you. How do you really feel? Acknowledge that. That's when I would say that you're truly conscious because you are who you are. You are what life made you. Like that's really important. Plant-based maintenance. If the triggers don't get bigger, hopefully the prisons won't need money for schemes. Never ever. Loan. That was a rather smart joke. I'm smiling. Potato fail forever. It will make more sense for a computer to keep track of every human move because it will be boring for a conscious. Now I like that. That's why it feels like it's AI that's kind of like governing everything. I've mentioned that in one of the videos that I've published um, recently. It might be AI that's kind of like controlling everything. The Crimson Fairy. Did you used to watch the main trees and quail soup on YouTube back in the day, like 10, 12 years ago? I feel like you'd enjoy their content and experiences. Now, I'll check their content if it's still there. Reluctant lion, I sing like a bird and strike as an eagle. Winter's gone. Honestly, I kind of did believe we were in a simulation. At least that way it sounds more cool. And it makes sense to look at things that way. Because this can't be like the real reality. This can't be the real reality. Loon, I'm on a highway to hell. Scary, right? Mr. Warrior, can anybody think and truly figure out why they exist? I think you have kind of like figured out why you exist, but then you want confirmation. Because if you think a lot, of course, you might have thought truth sometimes. but you need confirmation. For an example, you might think this is a simulation, and then tomorrow you think maybe it's not a simulation, maybe it's a dream. Next day you think, okay, maybe we live in like a real physical reality. Maybe this is base reality. Maybe the Big Bang happened and we exist, and after this experience, we are gone and we never exist again. But you probably have thought something that was true. You just didn't have confirmation because we don't have that. Like no one, it's not like when you figure it out, there's gonna be an alien that's gonna come and be like, "Yo, you figured it out! Like you got it right this time. Like this is what this reality is. This is what's really going on." No, that's not how it works. Loon, I think they are NPC caught in a loop. Like they are training themselves to ignore the negative reality of life and just do as they told. That makes sense. Like when you look at the way things work, that actually makes sense. Like there might be NPCs. Their job will be to make conscious humans think this is a positive experience. So when they're seeing something that's negative that's happening, the NPCs will be like, no, 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 that's positive too. Have a positive mindset. Everything will be fine. Try manifesting what you want. Everything will be fine. Mrs. Connor, yeah, I genuinely believe we were just naturally born deep thinkers. I am extremely deep thinker because I just was raised to question and learn everything. Yeah, I think some people are deep things. Like I gave you this example that when I was growing up, I was the only one who was able to see that WWE was scripted. It was WWF at the time, but other kids couldn't see that. So I was the bad one because I saw the truth. Isn't that weird? Like that has been the story of my life. You see something as it is, you are a bad person for seeing things as they really are. So yeah, maybe some of us were just born, conscious. That's why we couldn't fit in from the beginning because we started to ask the right questions. And it seems like you kind of like have to be kind of like dumb, right? Like you kind of like have to dumb down to be normal. Lone man, why we gotta be part of this sacrifice? It's crazy that this was possible. It's crazy. Mr. Warrior, all this God talk like we are really evil. Like, why can't we just exist? It's gaslighting. It's gaslighting. When this gone, all right, I'll try. I guess I am really mad. I am really betrayed by life. I am betrayed by other humans. I am upset because we have potential for greatness, but others force it out of us. The contrary. How do you balance pessimism and optimism in your life and um, race, rationals? I feel like you are a bit too pessimistic at times because there's good and good in life. I'm watching YouTube and eating. Um, I look at the deepest truth all the time. When people say that there's positive, they're looking at the outcome of something. Let me give you a simple example. Let's say you're looking for a job for a long time and you get it. You can say that's a positive thing. And that's true. It's a positive thing for you. But how many people were looking for the same job and they didn't get it? Like, what is more true? Like, it is true that that's positive for you, but what about the other people who were looking for the same job who didn't get it? And when you take all of that into consideration, do you still view that as a positive thing? It's like if you've been poor your whole life and then you ended up making money. How about the people who are still poor? Or what about the people who are still poor? It is true that you have made it and that's positive for you, but there's still negative things that other people are going through. Like For you to win, a lot of people have to lose. So be you must be looking at everything. You mustn't just be looking at one thing, like one positive thing. Look at everything that had to happen for that positive thing to happen. You see, if you are living like a king, consider that they are slaves. The people who are living like slaves for you to live like a king. So when you look at all of that, is it a positive thing? Reluctant lion. I sympathize with religious only because of the sadness they feel. They lose literal relationship chasing though. Or Sagbola, do you ever think life could be better if you find love? Yeah, I think love makes things better because human beings seek connection. So if you find love, like if you find the person that really loves you for you and really understands you and that you are really compatible with, I think you're gonna feel better. But most of the time it doesn't work out because many people are not that compatible because we've had different experiences growing up. So sometimes love can be a negative thing, like being in a relationship can be a negative thing because you're not compatible with that person. So the opposite of what needed to happen or what you were going for start happening in that relationship because of lack of compatibility. But yeah, love can be a positive thing if you are really with the right person. Like that can like make things like way better for you. Winter's Corner. Honestly, I think life will be better if we found love, mainly because we would have that connection. I think we all long for to feel connected to other humans, to the world, universe around us. No, that's true. That's true. Love has disadvantages too. The hardest moment comes when you have to watch someone you love suffer. Yeah, I know that. I know that it's sometimes you can suffer more by watching other people suffer than when you are suffering. Like you can suffer, but be able to cope. But when you're seeing your loved one suffering, that might be actually worse for you. Never ever. Most people play happier than they are. No, it's because seeming happy is actually cool, right? It actually seems like you are doing something right. That's why you are happy. That's why people will compliment you for looking like you're happy. It's because we've been conditioned to think that being happy means that you are actually doing something right. But it doesn't necessarily mean that. Reluctant lion. Do Christians know where their pilgrimages without a hedge fund campaign? Mr. Warrior, I would be willing to die for complete freedom. There's no way that I have control over something and I feel limited deeply. I feel you. I feel you. Ever, ever. A good God would not judge you for being atheist. So choose what is best for your mind. But if you choose God, avoid the idea of omnipotence or you will go mad with anger. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that the God will judge you for not believing in Him. Like something is off. It's like if you know what that's like. If you're really gonna be honest with yourself. That's why I'm telling you that truth is always dark. It's like if you have a child and you disappear from their life when they're still young. So you have a child and you disappear from their life, and then someone comes to you and tell you that your dad is still alive, and you must believe that your dad is still alive. If you don't believe that your dad is still alive, then you're a bad person and you deserve to be punished. That's kind of like that. Like you don't know if your dad is still alive. He disappeared from your life. But someone says you must believe, you must have faith. Otherwise, if you don't have faith, you're a bad person. Something is wrong. That's why I'm telling you that um like this religion's a cult, bro. The Crimson Fairy. I'm not a deep thinker, but I do think people have different levels of awareness and consciousness. Some people don't even have a voice in their heads. How to talk with someone that has less than you? Hmm. That's actually a good way of putting it. Yeah, I think people are not operating at the same level of consciousness. That's why sometimes there's um there's a communication barrier. Like people can communicate but not be understanding one another. It's because people are not operating at the same level of consciousness. We're not the same enemies. Never ever. It's great, but it's terrible at some times too loud. Now I get what you mean. Reluctant lying. People who act cool because they have more money is the equivalent of a fat man bringing down a bathroom door because he has more poop to flush. That's funny, man. Mr. Warrior, can we all just set up a national meeting and create our own story? Fuck the consequences. Mr. Warrior, I've been thinking big as fuck. Reluctant lion. When a person will love you conditionally or with challenge, they lose their vibe card. Mr. Warrior, this is hard for a reason or appearing to be difficult for a reason. And I don't think it's hard for a good reason. That's the thing. Why are you so serious? There's nothing worth it here. Everything is garbage except for distractions. True. Crimson's fair. Amen to distractions. Amen to distractions. Latin sin has to do with infestation. There is no evidence that homosexuality leads to infestation. No, people just want to control other people. That's the truth. Winterscon, I'm grateful that our distractions are at least very effective at times. Yeah, man, it's better to have distractions than to not have distractions. That's the thing. Super Saiyan God, people are creepy, always smiling and being positive. Think about this. If you happy and smiling, you won't have social anxiety. It's the fact that your natural state is rejected. Humans are all goofy. You can't trust anyone in this world, man. People lie a lot, and some people, because of their level of consciousness, don't even realize when they're lying. Yeah, I feel like religion paints so many things as sins. I really don't agree with it. It causes someone to live a lifestyle of always trying to be perfect. Yeah, like our guest was saying, she was saying that masturbation is a sin. Like that's natural. Like what's wrong? Like what's wrong about that? Like what's really wrong about that? It's just ways of controlling people. That's what it all comes down to. They just want to control you and make you feel evil, so that they will. It's like they want to make you feel like you need saving. Like, hey, the way that you're living is wrong, and you need saving, and you need to be like this. That will be good. Like, no, it's just a way of controlling people, man. It's just a way of controlling people. Never ever agreed. One should not force belief by fear on people. I am always shocked when I see other Christians doing that. You're a Christian. This said reality called life. What happened to Mr. Internationalist? I isn't he like posted in a while? Playing based. If religious folk are being controlled by who? You think religious folks might be controlled? What's your opinion on the idea of people saying that we are too sensitive, miserable, just because we react to things, we often do things we don't want to do, and we're expected to like it? I remember I came across a video on Instagram. This guy said something very interesting. He said that when people call you sensitive, it might be because they are not deep enough to be able to understand you. They're not deep enough to meet you at your level. So you're much deeper than them. That's why they call you sensitive. That's why a lot of people who are deep thinkers are called sensitive by people. Like, but I'm right. You're just not conscious enough to see that I'm right. So of course you're gonna think that I'm sensitive. You know, if you are a deep thinker, people will call you an overthinker. That's because they can't think at your level. So they'll automatically say you're an overthinker. No, you're not an overthinker. You just think more than them. So because they cannot meet you at your level, then they have to gaslight you somehow and make you feel bad for being a thinker. Never ever Gnostic Christian. Yeah, that makes more sense. Like being a Gnostic really makes a lot of sense because Gnostics believe that this realm is actually evil and people are trapped here and they need to find ways to get the fuck out, you know? And it's through knowledge because you're not getting out without knowledge. If you don't know what this is, how do you get out? You don't even know how to get out. Never ever. You can chase me with the Old Testament as if it were a blood sucking demon. Shy Devil. This actually does make sense. That actually does make sense. Crimson Train. We have a right to be human. We have a right to feel what reality is to us. If we are becoming more sensitive, perhaps that tells us something about ourselves. It doesn't have to be bad or good. Yeah, true, true. Look, people will gaslight you, man. People want you to be like them. That's something that you must realize. So if you're different, they're going to make you feel like there's something wrong with you. That's how it works. That's how it will always work. People want you to be like them. That's how people control one another. Like, no, you're crazy for thinking like that. You're crazy for acting like that because they want you to be like them so that they will be able to control you. That's gaslighting. That's manipulation. Even if you are right and they see that you are right, because they can't be like you, they can't be as right as you are. They must try to make you feel bad. Because when people, here's the thing: when you are right, people can notice that you're right, but they see that, "Ish, but I can't be like this person." It's like if you understood math and other people didn't understand math, and what math was working for you, and they'll make it seem like something is wrong with you, right? Even if what you're doing is really working for you, because they just don't understand what you're doing. So that's how it works. I said reality called life. What are your thoughts on relationships and being too attached to it? I think if you have relationship with people who are good for you, there's nothing wrong with that. I think human beings need connection, but if you can't find the right people, it's better to be alone. Like it's better to be alone than being with wrong people. But if you find the right people and you see that these people are good for you and you're good for them, then that's actually better. Winter's corn. Yeah, that makes sense. Shy Diva, I've always been referred to as sensitive for being overly kind in my youth. Yeah, it always works. It's always like that, man. That's why you need to know how people are, like how people respond to certain, like how people respond to certain things, how people respond to certain people, so that you're not confused. Or bullet. Even if Christianity is a form of control, I don't see it being any threat because there is so many more forms of control out there. No, it is a serious threat because if you believe so much in Christianity, you can end up being so damn ignorant that you don't even see like certain truth right in front of you. That's the thing. Like it's dangerous. That's why I don't think kids should be indoctrinated with Christianity. Like people should be taught to be religious when they're young, growing up. Like it can be used as a weapon. Like it's a serious threat. It's a serious, serious threat. That's why we have many people who still think like NPCs is because they're too religious. And it's not just Christianity, just people who are religious in general. Uh, um, They they're very ignorant because of their religions. Nobody. I feel like only blaming life makes me happy. I don't know. Maybe I am crazy, but even at I am good lifestyle, want to make do less or less work, making money without stress. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Relaxing line. It's important to understand the world around you. Wolves among sheep. That is important, man. No matter what anyone tells you, the truth is important. Don't lie to yourself. The truth is important. Winter's corner. Yeah, I often blame life too, and I discuss about life on a deep level because I often love to react based on the truth of what happens to me rather than a hopeful lie of what's happening to me. That's better, man. People are lying to themselves. That's the thing. That they're so used to lying to themselves. Walter Sullivan, we live in a human farm. That's most likely. Two kinds of darkness, two kinds of light. The trap. Mr. Warrior, what would you name this experience other than life? Would you care what the name of this is? Yeah, I'll call it hell. Maybe people would realize that there's so much negativity going on in the world and they will, do the right thing. The Crimson Friends, how do you feel about 8 plus billion souls on Earth now? It was just 5 or 6 a couple of years ago, maybe a decade from what I remember on Wikipedia. 8 billion minds for nothing. I think um, having more people like brings a lot of suffering in the world because you can't, like, there will always be scarcity of resources when there's like way too many people. You know, there's a reason why it was easier for our parents to like be able to afford a house because there weren't that many people. I mean, there were that many people, but like compared to now, you know. So things are becoming much harder because there are many people being born. But I think people are waking up. You know, there are a lot of people who are like, "Hey, we don't want to have kids because we're not sure if we can afford them." So I think that helps. That's why Elon Musk said that the biggest threat to humanity is population collapse because we can see that people are waking up, like they they're opening their eyes to what's really going on in the world instead of like lying to themselves or just doing what they were programmed to do. Never ever. God is more than just a hopeful lie. An omnipotent good God can be easily disproved by logic, but no one with limited superpower. Yeah, it's if God exists, no one knows him. Like religions were made up by people. I mean, if there are people who know who created this reality, they're not telling us. But there will be no need for religion. Religions are man-made. Only humans would want to be worshiping someone. And think about it. Think of it this way: why would God want humans to worship Him if He's that big? Like He's the master of the universe. It's like you wanting ants to worship you. Why would you want ants to worship you? What would it do to your ego having ants worship you? It doesn't make any sense. So all of that is man-made. Human beings just wanted to control other humans. Reluctant lying. People who control harmless happiness always have a reason. So never ever. I will count calculating and keep up the laws of nature is a superpower of God. Mr. Warrior, 8 billion having the same format of life as you, but in different perspective. Most humans are like the same, man. They think the same. So it's like it almost feels like they ain't 8 billion humans because like most humans are like the same. Like they ain't like it's rare to meet a person who's like interesting. How often do you meet a person that you feel like, hey, this person is interesting, this person, think differently? It's like everyone that you meet is like everyone that you've met before. Isn't that crazy though? When this corner, the news is like, we need more people. That's why Reluctant Lion, deism teaches that God doesn't even interact with creation. I mean, that makes sense, man. If someone created this simulation, and like if someone created this simulation, they'll try to interact with this creation without us even knowing that that's happening. If God created this because he wanted to be worshipped, it will actually appear so that we worship him. So, religions really don't make sense. Crimson trains, it helps, but internalists die. This is a philosophy that will fade to time and evolution since there are no descendants like there are for religious people. I don't know if internationalism will die. I think it will rise unless someone powerful decides to make it impossible for people who are internationalists to like speak their minds. That will be the only way that it dies. But if people are allowed to speak their minds, then it won't die because things are actually becoming more messed up in the world. That's the thing. Reluctant line. Why do other gods exist if only one of them, the true one? Maybe gods were aliens. Never ever. I cannot explain you well how how difficult it is to calculate the movements of several billion life forms. But pain could be a warning sign that you are overtaxing his calculation. It's probably AI, man. It's probably AI. There's a fact. V, welcome, V, welcome. Nobody. I think we should do what we love. Don't take this reality too seriously. Like we are barely impacting um outside of this world or literally nothing. We do not have great purpose right now. No, I like what you're saying. Like sometimes we must not take things too seriously because sometimes we hold on to our pain. Let's just say something bad happens and you hold on to it. Like this is so important, it must hurt me. This sucks. That is the truth. But sometimes you kind of have to let go. And I think the more you realize how futile everything is, the better. You know, God changes his mind. They just came over from his life. What's corner? If there ever happens, I hope that people resilient and keep speaking and trying to get to the truth to others in secret ways. Never ever. Humans are not ballet game. Their movement is much more complex. They said reality called life. If the world was a good place, would you consider bringing kids into this world? Not without their consent. No. Even if this world was a good place, I still think it is wrong to create a person if I can't get consent from them, especially if they're going to be obligated to go on with their lives. I think that's the problem. You know, like that is bad. So that's what will make the world bad, actually, if that makes sense. So even if this was good, because here's the thing, people who are having children are people who believe that this is good. That's why they're having children. So if it was good, I would be believing that it's good and I'll be having children. And I wouldn't even know if there are some people who think that this is bad. And I would not even know the future. So even if this was good, what if it becomes bad? Or what if I'm being tricked? Right. So I still wouldn't. Yeah, I agree with you, nobody. I think I really need to embrace the idea that this reality just isn't meant to be taken serious. Nah, it isn't. Don't torture yourself by taking it seriously. Plant-based mentality. God had the world on a string and his pinky finger when he slept. The Crimson Fairy. Why not take it seriously? This is all we ever have. This is all that we can have. Why not put your whole mind on this game over anything else? That is the game of money. Because it sucks. Can you imagine watching a bad movie and you're taking it too seriously? Everything that is happening is affecting you. If it's a bad movie, it's a bad movie. You don't have to take it seriously. Only if it was a good movie, it will be good to take it seriously because you are enjoying the experience and it's making sense. Well, I tried to explain anti-Nazism to my cousin the other day, and she asked me why I don't, of myself. NPCs always ask this question, although with it has nothing with what you explain. Why you think this is? I think people can't think that deeply enough, man. I think that's evident. People can't think that deeply enough. So they don't know how to respond to you on your level. Just like I was saying, that people will call you sensitive just because they can't think at your level. So that's what they will say. That's what they will say because they can't think at your level. If you were like having a conversation with someone who was a deep thinker, they will get exactly what you are saying and they will respond at your level. They wouldn't say something that ignorant because it doesn't even make sense. Why would you even ask a person that question? But that's a common question that internet analysts get asked. It's crazy, man. Walter Sullivan, do you think we live in a simulation? I think that is very likely, but it's good to keep an open mind. But I think that is very likely because this doesn't seem real and it seemed like it's scripted. It seemed like it's rigged. Reluctant lion, Christians asking you to give a tenth of what you have. It's like asking a homeless person for their cut. But I mean, it's ridiculous, man. Today is Sunday. I passed by this other church where this guy was preaching and he was telling the members of his church that it doesn't matter if you are earning 1,000 rand a month, you need to give us 100 rand. Like what? The person is not even making enough, and they must give you money for what? And they make it seem good, like hey, that's what God wants. Like nah, man, never ever. Pain could be warning sign that you are overtaking God's matrix simulation with I love what you're saying. With the way you want to move now, moving an injury body that is different things. Yeah, that maybe pain is meant to stop us from doing the right thing sometimes, from being brave. That's why sometimes we have to be fearful. Maybe that's how you break the matrix by being real, by being too honest and facing the pain. The other side, this life is a drag, man. 100%. I said reality called life. This reality to me doesn't seem real. I don't feel like I'm real, and the people around me. You think you like the only conscious one in the universe. Which is corner. Yeah, you make a good point, and I hate how people will be so dismissive towards so many of us. You shouldn't trust people, man. Be yourself no matter what. As long as you know you're doing the right thing, as long as you know you're asking the right questions, don't mind. The world will always respond that way to truth. People are gonna make you feel less of yourself just because you're speaking the truth. They're gonna make you seem like you're crazy. They're gonna make it seem like you're crazy. They're gonna make you believe that they think you're crazy, even if they don't think that way. People, just like I was telling you, that people want you to be like them. So if you're not like that, them, they're gonna say and even do anything to make you feel insecure about being who you are because they want you to be like them. They want to control you that way. Cast 287. Yeah, I feel there's something funny about this. There's definitely something funny about this, man. There's definitely something funny about this. Princess Connor, if this was a simulation, I wonder what do you think this would be made for? To teach others what not to do. Um, it will have been made to trap us. Probably for energy, something like that. I think we all do kind of have that feeling. We're being invested for like energy or something. Crimson Friends, if Feel the freedom, feel the control from other humans, feel the responsibility to exit, being real without anything else needed. Reluctant Leon, proud atheist. Yeah, man, be proud of how you view reality because not that many people view it the way that you view it, and you know that it's the most honest way to view life. So it's better that way. One just kind of energy, like extracting energy from us. That's really good theory, honestly. Yeah, it makes sense because why are we here and why are we being lied to? Because you can say that we're being lied to a lot, you know. So that does make sense. Crimson's Friday. I can't believe that life is a trap in itself. That life wants to do its thing and keep going. Mm, it seems like someone started this, man. Never ever. Pain is meant to stop us moving. Moving has enormous calculating costs for the creator of the matrix, but the problem comes from moving completely damaged or non-standard body. The Crimson Fairy. But trap also means purpose and intention. It's just too natural for any of that. Starlight wisdom. Society is said, I just want to rest. Yeah, man. When you really look around you, it seems like people are living sad lives. Even the ones who are pretending to be like doing okay, it's like their lives are actually sad, man. Like when you ask them, like, what, how are you really doing? And they are honest enough, you realize that if everyone is sad, you know, this isn't working the way that we expected it to work. And if we're being honest with ourselves, realize that something is just not right. That's why things ain't working the way that we hope they would work. We know what we want, so the reality is not giving us what we want. There must be a reason, and we must try to figure out what the reason is. Starlight wisdom. I've already read this comment. Role. After I explain why someone shouldn't be born to deal with diseases, and my cousin is a nurse, so she sees it daily and can't ignore it. And she said, "I'll do it anyways." Didn't even try to rationalize. That's what I'm saying. You can't trust. You can't trust some people because some people will make you feel like you are wrong, but they're the ones who don't make sense. Maybe there are some NPCs here in this reality, and I know it sounds bad to like really say that or to even acknowledge that, but maybe there are. That's why don't ever think things are the way that they seem. It seems like we're being manipulated in this reality, man. So yeah, it's sometimes just don't take other people too seriously. If you know you make sense, believe in yourself, trust in a way in your way of thinking. If you know you're doing the right things, if you know you're not thinking right, and then you cannot trust your level of thinking. But if you know you're thinking the way that you need to be thinking, then yeah, believe in yourself to that level. The Crimson Fairy. Actually, not true. It's too reductionist of a mode. One is corner. Yeah, heck, man, even I can't lie. I try to pretend that I'm okay, but in reality, I'm not okay. I just act okay because every time I showed my true colors, I was pointed as the problem. Yeah, I know, man. They'll gaslight you. If you speak the truth about how you feel, people are gonna make you feel bad. It's taboo to speak the truth in this reality. So you must constantly be lying to make people feel better about their own lives. You must tell people that this is a positive experience so that they'll feel better about their own lives. They will hate you for telling them that, hey, I don't think this is a positive experience, especially if they think you're intelligent. Because why would someone who's intelligent say this is not a good experience? Remember, there are people who think you're more intelligent than them and they know that. So if you are saying it's a negative experience and you're intelligent and they perceive themselves as inferior to you, they're scared that you might be right, so they're not going to like what you're telling them. electing lion. Religion has to be a program. Think of it: criminal rings to protect marriage, types of more troops, company workers. Those are the works of a federation, non nation. I can't pronounce this name. Kowalski. People don't use their sentience like they should, or maybe they're just not conscious enough to even see things as they are. They're operating more like programs because they're just not conscious enough. Like when you're in a dream, it's like when you're in a dream, you're not that conscious. That's why you would even do things that don't make sense sometimes. So maybe some people are kind of like that. They kind of like they're in a dream, so they're not that deep. That's the thing. They're not deep thinkers. Never ever. The movement of non-standard body geometric forms would mean God would require to learn a completely new method for calculating the movement and a new algorithm for the new body. The Crimson Friend, how do you feel about socializing? I feel so sad some mornings and that life is terrible, but then I talk to someone and life's kind of okay. It doesn't even have to be any specific or deep talk. Yeah, I think socializing is good, man. But like it has like if you're like socializing, meeting the right people, that will be good. So be careful who you talk to, really, because some people are just not. Some people can make you feel worse. So if you talk to people who are conscious like you, that will be good. But if you talk to people who are not conscious, even if you're not talking about anything deep, some people are just not that conscious, so they can make you feel bad. So, but socializing is good. Nobody, the achievement of new thing will fade up in a week or a month, and it drops to like base level. You feel like you did nothing, wanting more and more. We never get enough. I think that's why we will work all the time. Yeah, that's true. When you get something new, you feel good, but then you start feeling normal again. So you kind of like have to chase that feeling by like achieving new things over and over again. It's like when you're addicted to drugs, you get high and then you feel normal, and then you want to get high again, and you feel normal. That's how it works. The Crimson Fairy, I guess socializing causes direct psychological change, and it's minor or nothing, but it can change perspective pretty strong. True, true. Never ever. I must be quiet and useless for God. King's cousin, make sure you taste good for false God's food. Electing lines. So depending on the sector, the matrix could theori- theoretically be a separate partitions. Lord Neo was sent to an anomalium by an analyst. There's a chance that if we are in a matrix, we'll keep on waking up until we wake up to base rate, like to the real reality. Nidai Libo. I know I didn't pronounce this word right. Spiritual understanding, searching truth, most important thing here because they hiding this most material is just illusion. Yeah, that's true, man. It should be about searching truth. We need to figure out what this is. We cannot just pretend as if we understand what is going on. If we don't understand what's going on, we don't understand what's going on. And that is the truth. That's the honest truth. So, of course, the most logical thing to do is to try to figure out what's really happening, what this reality is all about. Roshi, should I fake and interact with my terrible father who used to beat me and gave me PTSD just to try to get his business when he dies? He's a millionaire. He stopped giving me money because I cut him off. Mm, why not? Why not? Because you still have to do shitty shit. Like you have to work shitty jobs that you don't like to get money. So if your father who brought you into this existence has money, why not try to get it? He's the one who brought you here, so you can't even feel guilty about that. Anytime, but I feel like a lot of this isn't even that deep compared to like many philosophical texts and talks and discussion. That basic understanding or shared reality shouldn't. Um, it isn't that deep, but for some people it is. That's the thing. Like it isn't that deep, but some people are so unconscious that they can't even understand something that is this basic. Guys, I'm coming back now. Winter's Corner. Yeah, I made a video talking about the truth of reality, and it got over 12K views. And everything you said about people avoiding the truth was so accurate. Yeah, that's how it works. That's why it kind of makes sense to think there might be NPCs, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes you say things that are so true, but people will start gaslighting you. They won't make sense. And that's why I trust myself a lot, is because when people disagree with me, they don't really make sense. Like they never really disagree with what I'm saying. They just say what they think, not necessarily disagreeing with what I'm saying. Like when I make a point and say this is my problem, respond to this problem, they won't respond to that problem. They'll just say what they think, or they just start to gaslight me and say, "Hey, I think you are too negative," or "Yes, what I think you must try to do to feel better," blah blah blah. I'm like, "Hey, man, I don't care if I'm feeling the way that I'm feeling. I'm good at feeling the way that I'm feeling. If I'm seeing things as they really are, I want to see the truth. That's my that that's what I wanted. That's what I've always wanted, was the truth the whole time. So I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm going to be honest with myself. If the truth is that we're having a good experience and I got it all wrong, then I will accept that, because I'm looking for the truth. I'm not looking for what makes me feel good. You see? I don't care how the truth make me feel. The truth can make me feel so much pain that I'll even feel like I'm in hell. That's good if it's the truth. I don't want to lie to myself. I think it's really important that we try to figure out what is really going on. We need to figure out the truth about every single thing. Playing based mentality. Money is the problem. Everyone looking for money, man. Winter's Corner. Honestly, if God was real, I would ask him, why did you make all this suffering happen? And expect us to just love life on top of that. He will gaslight you. That's why now people who believe in reincarnation, that's why I don't like really trust them. It's because they will start to gaslight you. They will try to explain it in a way that sounds like it sounds beautiful, it's too positive, but not really addressing your issues. Like that's what happened like, when people are in a cult. Things are being explained beautifully, but the truth is not being touched. Like you can be in a cult where children are being I don't want to say the word because YouTube might you know pick that up. But yeah, you can be in a cult where horrible things are being done to children, but try to justify it. Like, no, that's good. You just don't understand, but this is good. You're just using your mind. There's a reason why all of this is being done and it's happening for the greater good. Like, nah, nigga, something is wrong. I can see that something is wrong, and I must use my mind. I mustn't lie to myself. I do have a mind that actually works. I can see that what's going on is wrong. So, nope. Never ever. Based on understanding what's cause. All right, no, I've already read this comment. Kowalski, what humanity lacks is wish to ascend beyond the default. Yeah, even those who wish to like ascend beyond this, they are being forced to like stay in this reality. Two player in this reality. AI. That's why machine like cold consciousness and truth. I love it. It's very possible. Fatima Khan, Allah is the one. Mm, But that's the thing, man. That's the thing about religious people. That's why I can't trust you. I can't trust you. You're not honest with yourselves. You're not honest with yourselves. That's the thing. Reluctant lion. My theory of racism is that there are two types: true and based. True refers to racing game used by nose, blue pills. The other one is preferential sexuality and friendship. Never ever. You will drift forever through a type of quickly changing multiversal loop when the matrix fails. I'm sorry, I know it sounds crazy, but I cannot explain all the physics behind this. No, no, that does make sense. No, that actually does make sense. And you wouldn't even know that you shifted to another reality. Winter's Corner. Honestly, at this point, what if I just let go of the search and just conclude that life is meaningless and just live with that? It is meaningless. Like, you don't try to search for meaning. It's meaningless. Just try to search for truth. What is actually true, right? Like, how did you come into existence? Or how does it all end? And if you're not doing okay, how do you free yourself? You see, Loon, this life is fine. Yeah, today we're killing it. Today we're killing it. Need the label. They're basically true NPCs. Yeah, I do think there are true NPCs in this reality. I've always felt like that. You can't trust. That's the thing. Like, don't give your power away to other people for them to affect how you feel. Don't. Like, whenever you find yourself giving your power away to someone, take it back because people don't know what they're doing and they might really be NPCs. So As long as what you think makes sense to you, believe in what you're thinking than to like let other people confuse you or make you feel bad for thinking the way that you think. Never ever. This life is fire. Thanks, man. Thanks. Fatima, can someone ask me how can Allah be real if it doesn't show his face? Well, if you can't look at the sun for 5 seconds, how will you look at the creator? This is it's so funny, man. That's why I'm saying it's gaslighting. It's gaslighting. That's all that it is. It's gaslighting. They'll give you answers that are not deep enough to address the fundamental problems that you have. And this they will make it seem like that's an intelligent response. Like, no, it's not. Reluctant lion. Even if life is meaningless, there's a chance that Neo could save you. There's a chance you could find the red pill. Neo wasn't that woke. He was listening to the oracle, believing what she was telling. A person who's truly woke wouldn't be that trusting. I would say Agent Smith was more woke than Neo. I'd say Agent Smith was actually more woke than Neo. Super Saiyan God, we need to accept negative emotions as a norm everywhere. We need to accept how we feel without feeling bad about how we feel. Because society will make you feel bad about how you feel. If you realize that you feel bad, so people say, no, you're doing something wrong. You shouldn't be feeling that way. You're feeling that way because you're doing something wrong, blah blah blah. Like, nah, this is how I feel. This is my truth. I don't have to feel like you. I am who I am. Like I keep on telling you, as long as you know that you are thinking the way that you need to be thinking, don't let anyone confuse you and don't let anyone make you feel bad for feeling the way that you feel. As long as you know that you're being truly honest with yourself. This world is full of liars. This world is full of people who will try to manipulate you. If what they're saying doesn't make sense, it's because they're trying to manipulate you. I do trust people who are watching my videos. I do trust your level of consciousness. So I know what how the world responds to people who are very conscious. That's why I'm telling y'all that don't give your power away. As long as you know that you're doing the right things, don't give your power away. Aunties corner. Yeah, honestly, if we could all accept negative emotion, funnily enough, I think we'd all be more at peace because we'd have no fear to hide anything. Would fully ourselves. Exactly. That's what I'm working on, becoming more of who I am, rather than feeling like I need to be something that I'm not because I want to be accepted or because I want to be loved or because I want to be understood. If other people are not going to understand me, that's fine. As long as I am who I really am, I think that's better than being fake. Relaxing line, nice head. No, thanks, man. Thanks. The Crimson Frenzy respond to Fatima Ken. Even that took is a trap for your mind. There's justifications and minor points and clever points to say Allah isn't like the Christian God. I don't know why these people can't escape this trap. My God is better than your God. Like, come on. Need the label. That's why they manipulate perception because your creative power. Yeah, I do think I think this reality itself is being, you know, changed to fit a certain narrative. I'll never ever. Sorry, I know it sucks that I bring so complicated stuff in here because my claim that we don't want the matrix false is based. No, that it's how you write. It's how you write your comment. That's the thing. It's not necessarily that you're like bringing very complicated stuff. Montgomery, life has to whoop you to really know. Yeah, most people wake up after they've really been like through a lot. Like if life whoops your ass, that's when you like wake up. But some people do wake up. Some people were born woke. It's just that they didn't trust themselves enough, and they allowed themselves to play by the rules of the world, and then they suffered, and then they realized that no, they were right the whole time. Winter's Corner, I really respect that, man. I respect your passion for going for the truth. I want this the same at this point. No thanks, man. Thanks. Super Saiyan God. People reject the truth because they default positive bias. Yeah, exactly. The truth is negative by default. If the truth was positive, they would accept it. Yeah, I love that's the truth, man. If you're not fake smiling, you get singled out weird. That is the truth. Like that is the truth. People are biased as fuck. That's why people are forcing themselves to be positive. I've seen people try to force themselves to be positive, even in really negative situations. People at funerals, standing in front of a crowd with a mic, lying to people. Yeah, God knows what he was doing after so many people died a horrible death. God knows what he was doing, even though you don't really feel that way. But then you're trying to be positive because society wants you to be positive. You can't stand there and be like, yeah, what happened is really messed up. Man, I don't even know what God will allow something like that. Because that's how you really feel. But you don't want to say it because you are speaking in front of people. The fact that this in this society it's taboo to speak the truth should tell you something. That should tell you that something isn't right. Why is it a negative thing to speak the truth? Why do you always have to be positive, even when you're not like feeling positive? Never ever. I'll try to stick to that subject better. Yeah, but we'll never know the truth. We'll probably get closer to it. We might not know like the real truth, but we'll kind of like have a feeling like what the truth might be. So we might not know the exact truth, but we might find ourselves in the right uh, direction because of our will to kind of like free ourselves and to know the truth. So you might not know the exact truth, but then you might find yourself in the right direction because of, you know, the work that you're doing. All we have is theories and hypotheses. Yeah. Um, need their labor in this reality. Two-player exist. AI positive like God in truth. Small heads mentions doing this deception because you creative power, they have no true creative power. Never ever. If you would know the truth, if you could see all the physics behind this, you would be much less happy. The problem is that the Christian religion did not give a good explanation for pain. Does it really give a good explanation for anything though? Super saying God, the reason why people hate the truth, because we live in everything must be positive and good vibes world. It's like they scared. Yeah, you can't say the truth if you are trying to be positive all the time. Reluctant lion. Dog will still prove that the what the analyst intentions are. How does that prove what the analyst intentions are? Need the labor. They know how ordinary people thinking, how they respond certain things, how they respond to certain things. They know your behavior pattern and they manipulate this most. It's like life is you fighting reality, like fighting with reality basically. Like you are being manipulated left and right, and you must figure out what the truth is in any situation. That's what I try to do actually. Like when something happens and I see that it's happening to trigger me, I I I I don't force like I don't believe that it just happened randomly. I try to figure out why it might have happened. Sometimes you might find yourself in a situation where some people say something that triggers you out of nowhere. You're like, "Ah, really? Was that necessary?" Maybe just like I was telling you that this might be AI, like this reality might be controlled by AI, and AI knows us. It's been programmed to respond a certain way to us. So sometimes it does happen that things happen to trigger you so that you would, react negatively, so that you do certain things. And sometimes even positive things happen so that do you fall into a trap. You must also realize that. So you must always be ahead. You must try to fight with this reality and realize that reality itself is a mind game. Reality itself is a mind game. Look at it that way, actually. Don't look at it as if it's something that is random and things just happen. Look at it as a mind game, as if there's this evil entity that wants to manipulate you and is trying to create situations that are going to like make him win. Maybe his intention is to keep you distracted. Maybe his intention is to shift you away from the truth. Maybe his intention is to hurt you. But you must realize it's a mind game because that's what it is. It is a mind game. The fact that you know nothing should actually prove that this is a mind game. Never ever. The Christian religion does not answer the reasons for pain because it does not talk about physics. It had to make people angry because people want to understand what's going on. Kowalski, truth is depressing, but honestly, it's refreshing. It's better to know 100%. It wouldn't be depressing if we were living in a good world because we live in a fucked up world. It is depressing. Winter's Corner, what is reality shifting? I've heard a lot of people talking about reality shifting. You can shift from one reality to another. Um, you wouldn't know when it's happening. That's the thing. Like if you do it, you do it. You wouldn't even know. You'll shift from one reality to another, but not even know that you did. Relaxing line. A matrix could be possible. Think of how many open mouths we filled invaded city and computer could plant servers to jack us in. A lot of people believe that if we live in a simulation, it will need like very big computers, very powerful computers. Maybe not. Like maybe this isn't. Maybe to us this seem very complex, but maybe it isn't. V says, "Oh, Loon is here." Need let's say, but when you understand truth, first you will be fearful. After that, you become strong. After that, this place become like a cartoon for you. You will laugh and then you'll understand. No, I love that. I love that. Reluctant lion. People who abuse you because they can't find purpose for you is proof of the incentive the analyst gets in this. Yeah, that makes sense. In the Matrix, in the last Matrix, the analyst was always manipulating the Neo. He was talking to him the same way that people who are Christians will talk to people who are waking up, same way Muslims will talk to people who are waking up. So yeah, it makes sense. The Christmas friends is it's not true, man. No simulation needed for this. Sure, it's always possible, like God is always possible, but it's not like nothing or near zero possibility wise. Nobody. I watched a series on Apple TV, Severance, that when you go to work, you just remember the workers and you forget about your life for 8 to 10 hours, and then when you leave, they don't even know that they have no, that's an interesting series. Like if you have not watched Severance, you should watch it because um I think it addresses a very deep philosophical question that if you make a choice to do something and then they wipe off your memories, are you the same person who has made that choice? Let's say you made the choice that you're gonna go and live in New York and then they wipe off your memories. The vision of like once you start living in New York, did you really make the choice to live in New York? What if you say no, I don't want to be live in New York anymore? Will they be right to say, well, you made the choice to want to live here? No, you are a different person. You are your memories. If you don't even know why you wanted to live in New York, then you didn't even make the choice. You are a completely different person. I think this is how people who believe that we chose to be here are being manipulated. Like, you chose to be here. No, I don't remember choosing to be here, so you can't tell me that I chose to be here. Never ever. I am impressed that you understood the drifting soul problem so quickly. I know it sucks that I always talk so complicated, but this conversation really helped me. Winter's Corner. At this point, I think it's okay to feel sad and upset, because if you can find people who are truly accepting of you, of how you feel, then it won't feel so bad. Nah, true, true. That's like the best way to cope, is finding people who are conscious enough to understand you. Suffer alone. I love how Christian love pointing out your wrongs but completely forget their own evil. Yeah, that's the thing about it's double standards. Nobody, their conscious level drops and they didn't even know they are manipulated by their company. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But that lady, you remember that lady that didn't want to work for that company? I like that lady. Like, I can't wait for season 2 to come out, because I think it's a very brilliant series. Like, it's like the most brilliant series that I've watched in a while. Golden is the real. What happens when being true to yourself means you are going to cause a lot of suffering to others? Um, that's bad, but I think you can even cause suffering by lying to yourself. So I still say that being true to yourself is still the best thing, because you can still cause suffering by lying to yourself. So what is better? Is it being real, being honest with who with yourself? And being true to yourself also means being so honest, because sometimes you can tell yourself that you're being true to yourself, and you go and cause harm, but you might find that you're not really being true with yourself. You just wanted to cause harm and you said, I'm being true to myself. That can also happen. I think most people, when they become really honest with themselves, they won't even see the need to cause harm. You're so confident that you are on the right path. You don't need anyone's validation. Other people are not even able to hurt you anymore, no matter what they say. You're like, it is what it is. Be you, do your thing. I don't care how ignorant you are. I made my own path. So I think it's still better to be true to yourself, even if uh, that's possible, because it's also possible to cause harm even when you're not true to yourself. The Crimson's Fairy. How smart do you think your average viewer is? I feel like we're kind of dumb. Probably not that this is reflective of you at all. You also kind of take the best part of the comments. Um, Define smart. What I think is that most of the people who watch my videos are very conscious. Like, that's the right word. So define smart. I do believe that most of my viewers are very, very open minded. You're saying that I pick comments. No, I don't. It's just that when you're saying the same thing over and over again, I'll realize, oh, I've already responded to what you're saying. So I might skip, but I really skip comments. Or some comments I just don't respond to them, because I've already responded to like what has been said. And some comments you might find that the person that commented isn't that clear, so I just skip because of that. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't say that I'm smart. I would say I'm super conscious. Like, I think I'm more conscious than I am smart. I'm not. I don't. There isn't a person who's ever like said I was dumb, but I would say I'm conscious. Like, that's how I feel about myself. Like, I'm that conscious. I'm that real. I'm that honest with myself. I'm always trying to introspect. I'm always trying to like figure out what's going on around me. I'm always trying to figure out what the truth is. Never ever. I have very strong pain daily. I wanted to know what caused this. And now I really have the answer to it. One of my most amazing moments in my life. No, that's dope, man. That's dope. Suffer alone. They are waiting for a savior. Right is corner. Honestly, I would admit I'm not dumb, but I'm not smart either. I'm just average, but I'm here to learn so that I can become smart. No, I love that. Um, Need the labor. They manipulate your soul with body and body needs. Yeah, yeah. I think, that's how we're being manipulated. The desires that we have, we find ourselves being controlled by our desires. You know, eat food. You know, you want certain food, sex. You like the things that our physical bodies need. This is what makes us do evil things. When you really think about it, and that's what makes us stay ignorant and we're afraid of pain. If you really want to like become really conscious, I think you should not be afraid of pain. You must just allow yourself to feel whatever you feel, as long as you're on the right path. Never ever. My God is better than your God for reasons of tribalism. Yeah, human beings are programmed that way to think that they are more right than others, or their beliefs are more true than what other people believe. It's always been like that, and it sucks that we don't see that about ourselves. My skin color is better than yours. Winter's corner. This is an example too. Imagine if you are caught on a sharp bush. It's like the pain hurts, and you try and you cry and are emotional because of it. Then people just say, "Look on the bright side." Yeah, that's life. Actually, you're not supposed to cry. You're not supposed to talk about how you feel. You're not supposed to focus on that at all. You're supposed to brainwash yourself. Like, no, I'm not feeling anything. Actually, look at the sun. Reluctant line betrayal while they fake smile at others is pretty self-destructive. True. S- Suffer alone. God is gonna come back as AI. Never ever look at the bright side of death. Famous comedy song. I just don't understand how people can live their lives without asking any questions. Maybe they're just NPCs. Who knows? Kowalski, that's right. Searching for truth is actually very important. This is the best community or group in the world when it comes to ethics and moral. It is. Even when it comes to searching the truth, I think internationalists are so damn honest with themselves. They're so damn honest with themselves. It's the right community, man, because they don't tell themselves, like, they don't give them they don't try to like believe certain narratives. That's so open-minded that they know that anything is possible, you know so I think it is. It's like we fall asleep and wake up in a place we don't recognize, with people we don't recognize, but we can't even ask what happened. If you ask what happened, they'll say you are depressed, you are sad. uh, Focus on the bright side, do what the things that other people are doing. That's why I'm saying, be honest with yourself, and believe in your truth, instead of allowing other people to make you feel the way that they want you to feel. It is more logical to ask the deepest questions than to lie to yourself, or than to allow other people to like gaslight you and make you feel weak for wanting to know. You need to know the truth. Why should you not know the truth? How can not knowing the truth be a bad thing? Never ever be kind to yourself and each other. I have to sleep now. God or the spaghetti monster bless you and don't give up on yourself, bros. Sleep well, man. Sleep well. Need the labor. Everything here is specifically designed to disadvantage you. Even your body is just a tool developed for this system to further control you. 100%, you're supposed to be a slave. Kind inquirer, go in peace, never ever. And love your woman with all your heart and all your back muscles. V, definitely AI. That makes sense. Loon, so I can't imagine how tiny we are. Like, dude, when you try to erase what you know, you realize you really know nothing. Yeah, it's like we're not supposed to know anything. We're not supposed to know anything. It's supposed to be, I don't know, like just constantly trying to live in a world that we don't understand and have things happen to us that we don't understand, things that we can't explain, and that's life. It's it sucks, man, that some people are really curious and they don't get to figure out what's really going on. Need the labor. Truth also exists because in a world full of lies and manipulation, the truth is the most important thing. 100%. Why so serious? I wish removing yourself wasn't as painful. There's a reason why it's painful. We might even be in several lives at the same time. Maybe we're fragmented. Maybe that's why we dream. That will optimize loose production. Severance is a good is good. Nah, I love Severance. I've watched it so many times actually. I also recommend the OA. I think I've watched the OA, but I don't remember what it's about. But I know I've watched it. I've watched it. Just that I think it was a long time back. In 1899. Yeah, I love that one. I love that one. Need a label. This called no telepathy out of body. Imagine if they can even read your mind. That would suck. The memory wipe alone makes it painfully obvious that there's something very wrong here. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like, why do we not know anything? If we're reincarnating, we're supposed to know. If we don't know, it means there's something bad going on. If there was nothing bad going on, then we would know. Need the label. Think about what really possible. Kind inquirer, Benedictine, the girls who was lying that we knew this life would be hard before birth. Not sure if that is biblical. Now I know it's not biblical, but she takes some of the things that she loves from the Bible and mix it with the new age stuff, you know. But we didn't choose this, man. I've done a lot of work. I've been so honest with myself, and I can see we did not choose this. If like if we did, we would have chosen this because we were being manipulated. So still, we can't really say we really chose this. It's either we were forced to choose this or we're being manipulated if we did actually choose this. But now, man, it's something is off. Something is really off. Shaidu, I agree. I think conscious beings like us should be there for one another and just be good. Love what you're saying. I love what you're saying. It's good that we try to always connect, to try to have conversation. That's why I'm always available, man. Like I want to talk to y'all guys. Instagram, you know, I want to talk to y'all guys. Winter's Corner, what's your opinion on absurdism? Life is meaningless. Yeah, I think everything is absurd. I don't think there's like a meaning to this. I don't think there's a purpose to life, especially for us. Like, if there's a purpose, it's not for us; it's for the creator. But it's all absurd. It doesn't have like meaning. That's why people try to create their own meaning. It can't have meaning. I like what you're saying, V. It's not being smart, it's being aware. Yes. It's not IQ. Exactly. It's being real. It's being real. It's being honest with yourself. You know, shy Deo. But making conscious worthwhile friendships here good aid us in the year after. You never know. True, true. Need the labor. This reality periodically reads people's consciousness and shapes their experiences accordingly. Sometimes just think, don't say anything. You'll see it pop up as a suggestion on YouTube. That's why it's actually logical to think we might be in a simulation because this reality kind of works that way. It's like it works the same way that algorithms work sometimes. It's weird. Like it wants your energy. So it figures out what triggers you and it's gonna like be suggesting or like let me say giving you experiences that trigger you a certain way so that it will get your energy. Nobody. Sometimes I hate that I'm conscious every minute watching my family doing everything over and over again, like watching used TV dramas and reels to feel good makes me sad. Like it's never ending loop. Yeah, being conscious can be pain in the ass sometimes. But yeah, being awake is a curse. Need a labor. Being awake first step for liberation. True, true. Knowledge is power. V says the matrix could have woken us up, like awakening was programmed in us. Isn't that possible? Like that's the matrix playing with us. The matrix fight with you every day. You're thinking about yourself very low. Matrix just juggler. I'm a boss. Matrix only entertain me like good clown. Super Saiyan God, don't want to go to work tomorrow. Where do you find time and energy to do regular videos? Work beats the passion of my soul and makes me not love the things I used to do to love. Um, there's nothing that I love more than like trying to figure out what this is. So making videos is also me trying to figure out what this is. It's not like I know exactly what I'm going to say. When I'm making videos, I'm thinking out loud. So that's why I always have energy to make videos because some things might come up. Like sometimes I watch my own videos. Like one of my favorite videos is a video where I was talking about being yourself. Like I think that's one of my best videos. I watch that video whenever I feel like I'm not really being myself or I'm not really being uh, confident or I'm not feeling that strong. Remember who you are. It's my favorite song by Omkara. Remember. Pepperstone, normies don't want the truth. Yeah, NPCs don't want the truth. Normies will always gaslight truthers and guilt trip them. Yeah, I've noticed it always like that's their best strategy because what can they say? If you say something that is real, what can other the people who don't agree with you say? Because they cannot debate you on your level. So they would rather just try to make you feel like you might be crazy or you might be evil, you know. Right? She hey Benedictine, do you ever plan on leaving South Africa like to migrate to Canada? Um Not really. I think maybe after 10 years. After 10 years, yeah. Like when I'm like 14. probably leave this country. But now things ain't that bad. Shy devil because they fear we could be correct. Yeah, 100%. No, they can't know we're correct. So what can they do? They have to kind of like make it. They have to make themselves feel good by trying to like belittle you. You see, want this corner. Yeah, I hate to say it. This world drives me crazy sometimes. I don't want to fit in. I want to enjoy life, but the only way to do that is by knowing the truth. What do you think the only way to enjoy life is by knowing the truth? Need the labor, make Matrix your clown, show who's boss. No, I love what you're saying. Like impose your will on this reality. Pepperstone, complexism and race is a reality. Shadi, although some clearly are blind and do not see all the horror and genuine sadness in this world, it genuinely is overbearing how sad the world has become. And it's becoming more and more sad, man. Francis December. Hey, welcome, man. Welcome. Pepperstone. Reincarnation is real and I want to escape it. Maybe there is a way to escape it. We have the OA and 1899 are amazing. Like they make you question reality. I love watching TV shows that actually make me question reality. Winter's Corner, yeah, the only way I deal with it is by rebelling against the system I live by. Just doing everything in spite of what the universe makes me feel or does to me. Yeah, man, we need to get to a point where we don't even care how the universe tries to make us feel because obviously something is off, like something is wrong with this reality. So of course you will always have these kind of experiences that you might not really want. So it's better to just like expect that, but don't let it like deter you somehow. Like still be you and still impose your will. Flying saucer. Do you believe in mind control? Because if so, what would you think the purpose will be? No, I do believe in mind control. The purpose is to make turn humans into, I would say, robots, basically, to slaves. You know. So yeah. Neither labor. The main fraud here, Matrix says the spoon is in my hand, but actually the spoon is in your hand. Mm, the Matrix says the spoon is in my hand, but the spoon is in your hand. What do you really mean? Like, what do you think of the scene where Neo was told that he needs to realize the truth, which is that there is no spoon? Blind base. No one escapes the heck or the hex. No one. If anyone could, this world would be good. Maybe there is a way to do that. Kes 287. How is it reading our desire? Winter's Corner. Oh yeah, I seen videos on that. We should actually look more into it. I'd love to see a video where you talk about the simulation theory. No, you're right. I will actually. I will make a video about that. I'll make a video about like my own theory. Like, uh, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a simulation. Yeah, it makes sense. Like when you really look at it that way, it starts to make sense. Need labor. I watch everything, but I also do inner research. I think that's what we should focus more on, like how you how why do you feel the way that you feel? What's really going on inside your head might tell you a lot about what's going on outside. You know, when it's corner, being awake conscious is honestly pure pain because there's things outside of your control that you wish you can control. True. Any in God is too immoral for me to believe in. Yeah, 100%. I usually tell people that pe- people believe in a God that they see themselves in. So if you are evil, you believe in an evil God. If you are too if you are too kind, then it would be impossible for you to believe in a God that is evil. You know, the people who believe in a God that is evil will say, no, he everything is working out for the best. We're just not intelligent enough to know his plan, blah blah blah. You know, trying to justify the evil things that, you know, the gods that they believe in do. And I don't love working with the NPCs and abusers at my job. I've been saving money on the side to get back into day trading to live on my own terms. It's taking a little longer than usual because of bills. Yeah, man, it's better to just be doing what you want to do than having to work a job that you don't like and with people that you do not like. Like that's hell, man. Need labor. When you are awake enough, you might find that this reality speaks to you specifically, sometimes for trolling purposes, sometimes for another purpose. No, I love what you're saying. It seems like the world kind of revolves around you. Like the things that are happening are kind of like scripted. They're not really random. Like someone knows exactly what they are really doing with you. I get what you're saying. In this reality, the shadow 10 plays the game not only physically but also psychologically. He knows your emotional state and how you feel about things. And that's why I was telling you that, always look at reality as a mind game. Always know that this reality is trying to trigger you in some ways. Like it's like there's someone who's trying to trigger you, who's trying to hurt you, who's trying to manipulate you. So keep your eyes open the whole time so that you don't fall into traps and you don't allow yourself to hurt, because that's what's happening. I think that's the only thing that explains suffering. Case 287. No means have a see no evil, hear no evil attitude. True. I love what you're saying. That's true. Need a labor. So be aware of the inner manipulation too. True. But yeah, I went to work the other day and there was a van parked outside with the word Matrix written on it. That's funny. It's like it's like this Matrix is trying to tell you something. Loan, man, this ain't even fair, bro. Like our parents were humping and then boom, bro. It's crazy that that's how people are brought into this thing. It's like a joke, actually. Like the fact that that's how people are brought into this realm. Like people just have sex and then they have children. Like that tells you something. Tyler, but dad and man, you talk slow. Do I? And I don't always talk slow though. Tyler Dan, Fight Club, need a labor. Always be aware your feelings, your thoughts, because your mind also agent of the system. Maybe not the mind, but your brain. Tyler Darren, Jesus was a man indeed, a blessed and a gifted man, a messenger of God, but still just a man. Mm, Jesus, Jesus was like made up. Oh, the people who wrote about him exaggerated some things about him. Shy Divo, where we end up is literally random. Need a labor, body and material, mind, agent became biggest enemy hides from this place. Shy Diva I'm gonna end this stream because I think there's a network problem. I'm gonna read some few comments. Have you seen some of the horrid things that happen in history? It makes me wonder how we can act like life is good when there's been the most horrific things done on this planet. Like we don't even have to look at the horrible things that happen in history. We can look at the horrible things that are happening now. That tells you something. But yeah, guys, thanks for joining the live. Yeah, like the video, man. Like the video. Um, yeah, I wanna sleep now. I think this is the longest live that we ever did. Like we did more than like 4 hours, so it was a very long live. Thank you all, guys. I think I might publish a video after this. Actually, I think I might publish a video after this. There's a video that I recorded today. But thank you all, guys.